Yo, everybody. Sorry, it's been a while since I streamed. I'm not feeling too good lately, but here I am. I'm going to try and stream tonight. We're going to, I guess, talk about what's going on in the community and other cases. Because we're moving on from Gypsy Rose, because there's really not much left to talk about. Her case is dying. She has a dying case. And, okay, sorry, I was looking at. I was gonna go to YouTube real quick. Oh, okay. Something is going on so weird in this community. So apparently, Toddy One Skip is going to be. I don't want to lose. I thought Toddy wanted to stay out of the drama. I don't want to lose respect for Toddy, but I don't get why they're going on Morbid's channel tonight. I mean, if you want to stay out of the drama, that's not the place to go. Oh man, my arm is really hurting. Hey W, what's going on? I'm just kind of watching. There's crazy stuff going down in this community. I'm a little disappointed in that. And I was watching Uncorked with Brandy last night. One magic phone call with Fancy, and 2 years of fighting is down the drain. I'm so confused. There's something going on behind the scenes. I'm going to figure it out. Because all the creators, they were fighting. And now all of a sudden, some kind of truce is going on in the background. And I don't know exactly what the truce is. What kind of truce are they pulling? Because Brandy went from talking about Fancy and Sarah and all of this stuff to, I'm sorry, Fancy. Everything's okay, Fancy. We're friends now. And you're going, oh my God, what happened to your channel? Hey, Andy. And I can't believe Toddy One Skip is going up on Morbids tonight. I thought Toddy wanted to stay out of the drama. That's not staying out of the drama. Going up on Morbid's panel, you're hitting the drama. I thought I was so proud of Toddy because Toddy's like, don't put anybody on a pedestal. And that's all they do on Morbid's channel is they put people on a pedestal. I mean, Toddy said, don't put any creator on a pedestal. Don't praise any creator. And now they're going up on Morbid's panel? Yeah, Lydia, I'm like, "What's going on? What is going on in this creator's world?" Brandy's apologizing to Fancy. Ryan and Fancy are good friends. Um, everybody's they're all saying, "Well, it's for Gypsy, kind of. Gypsy's getting all of us creators to fight and distract us from." And it's not Gypsy. Gypsy's not distracting us. Hey, Vin, I want to. I'll put it up on panel. I want to watch and see what how Toddy does on Morbid's panel tonight, because I don't want to lose respect for Toddy. I'm sad to see that Toddy is on Morbid's panel tonight. I don't get. I don't get what Toddy's doing. All these creators are something's going on behind the scenes, because it's not Gypsy. Because what was I gonna say? Um why is there no volume? Hold on. Is there no volume?
Hello, everybody. Today, Airmail has a special guest. Airmail is going to be talking to a self-published author and a social media influencer with over 10 million followers on TikTok. Let's welcome our guest, Gypsy Rose.
Hi, Yobo. I'm such a huge fan.
Airmail loves you. So you have a new book coming out called My Time to Stand. What's it about?
Basically, it's a manifesto and a playbook on how I got away with murder.
Yeah, sure, Airmail should be doing this right now. Seriously? Okay. Go ahead, okay. So how did you get such a huge social media following?
Well, I killed my mom and I got away with it, and also have a great PR team. Basically, Elmo, my attorneys made me out to be a victim, and I've played the part well. Nobody knows my struggles. Nobody knows my struggle. Nobody knows my struggles.
So Emma wants to know, were you really hiding in the bathroom the entire time that your mother was being... Emma thinks it's time for us to talk to Mr. Noodle. What do you say? Hey, Mr. Noodle! Wait a minute, you're not Mr. Noodle. That's Ken Urker, everybody. Otherwise known as Gypsy's. That's a good. Well, that's it for today's episode. Until then, stay Emma. Happy, happy dance dance. Happy, happy dance dance. Don't kill your mom. Happy dance.
Oh, there we go. I was like, what did I do? There we go. I'm unmuted. No, one I muted because the song we can talk during the song, but I can't do this song. I used to sing this song all the time. No, it's not that. Okay, it's not that. Because I have no idea what is going on. It keeps telling me that I have something else open using my mic, and I don't. I don't have anything else open using my mic. So it keeps muting me. Okay, let's present share screen. Share. For some reason, the computer keeps thinking my mic is being used by another program. And I'm like, no, it's not. Stop it. Oh, I gotta say this for like the 5th time over. Yeah, because I don't get white toddies on Morbids tonight. Like, this disappoints me. Because Toddy didn't like how Nina, Becca Scoops, everybody was getting put on a pedestal and stuff on Morbid's panels and stuff. And she said stuff like, nobody should ever be put on a pedestal, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, you go, Toddy. I was like, yeah, we're just creators. We're brave enough to come up here and share our lives and our opinions. And because I have a degree in criminal justice, I love to talk crime and stuff. And I have really good points and ideas about crime that nobody thinks about. And I like to bring up odd conspiracies that nobody's thought of. And so I stream and I do this. But I'm nothing so extremely special that. And I thought, yeah, you go, Toddy. You tell people, don't put us on a panel, or don't put us on a pedestal. And We'll have to see how it goes, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a little disappointed, and I don't want to lose respect for Toddy. I love Toddy. I thought they were staying far away from all the gossip and drama, and I thought Toddy was just doing their own thing, staying far out of all of this mess of all the what's going on with the creators right now. Like everybody's bending to Fancy right now. Uncorked with Brandy just bent to Fancy yesterday. Everybody's bending to Fancy and Morbid right now. Well, except for I do know one creator that's not, but I can't say their name because they asked me to keep them private. But I'm proud of them that they are staying out of this. So I do know a creator that's staying out of this mess. They DM'd me because they saw me cry on Morbid's panel, and they said that they don't put up with bullying. It's another creator. Not know the history of the. I mean, I thought Toddy knew kind of what was going on with Morbid's streams because they were talking about how nobody should be put on a pedestal. So I'm like, oh, they must be watching. They must be watching what's going on because they're watching Nina and Becca Scoops and everybody get put on this pedestal on Morbid streams, and everybody's worshiping them. And Toddy was sitting there saying how, I was like, yeah, you go, Toddy. You tell people, we're just streamers, guys. We're not gods. We're streamers, But on Morbid's panel, they decide who's the cool ones and who's not. And it's really sucky because there are people out there that got really badly hurt from being on Morbid's panels. And then there's people who go up on Morbid's panels because they echo Fancy. Fancy's got a shadow following her right now. Like they wouldn't be. Nobody would pay attention to them except for the fact that they're being Fancy's shadow, which is kind of funny. I'm not going to say their name or make fun of them exactly, but it's kind of funny that they let's see, someone have influenced him. Well, there is something going on behind the scenes. Like I said, Uncorked with Brandy just bent to Fancy. Yeah, someone influenced Toddy to do this. I wonder what they said to make Toddy do this. What are they saying?
Tremendously, and he's been covering the Sebastian Rogers case and many other things prior to that, and gets a bad rap. I hate when people get bad raps like him and Bullhorn Betty, like I mentioned the other night on the live in the intro. But Dolly, it looks like, was in the ICU. I'm not sure if he's still there. He may not be.
I don't know exactly who Dolly is. I thought Bullhorn Betty is the bad person. They were just talking about Bullhorn Betty on May Noodles. May Noodles was just talking about Betty. I thought Betty was a bad person. Because this is so weird. Like Gypsy is striking creators on YouTube. Well, they're not striking Brandy. Uncorked with Brandy was talking about the Chillicothe situation and everything, and they were covering both Pink Hat Sarah and Fancy, and they weren't exactly taking sides. They were doing like I was doing. I'm just reporting what's going on. I saw Fancy lie about Pink Cat Sarah. And people are saying that Pink Cat Sarah lied to Brandy. So I'm reporting about Pink Cat Sarah's lying to Brandy. I watched Fancy lie. Fancy is a liar. I watched her go one day. She's telling people Sarah's sick. Sarah's okay, you guys. Quit asking about Sarah. She needs rest. She's sick. The next day, Fancy's like, Pink Cat Sarah's a bitch. She's always been a bitch. And I hate her. And so one day she went from saying, guys, give Sarah a break, she's sick, to next day saying, Sarah's faking being sick. I hate her. And it's like, what? So I watched Fancy go from being Sarah's really good friend and covering for her to saying she's been this bitch all this time. I love how Fancy yesterday was, I guess, Festering Fancy came up in the chat, and that gave Fancy a platform to yell for 20, 30 minutes to scream and yell. And then she's like, I promise if you come up, I can be calm. See, I can be calm. I can talk calmer. And it's like you can tell she's holding back so hard to scream. She's like, I can't. Just come up on panel and let me talk to you. Her screaming and yelling just gets so annoying after a while. Well, what's going on in the true crime community is starting to be a little more interesting than what's going on with Gypsy. Because there is something floating going on behind the scenes lately between creators and stuff. Like I said, magic phone calls are happening. Of course, with Brandy had a magic phone call with Fancy. And now she made up with Fancy. And now they're blaming somebody else. Every time somebody makes up with Fancy, do you notice that they put the blame on somebody else? It's like, oh, I'm no longer mad at Fancy because it turns out it was really this person. And now I hate this person. They were behind it all, and they're the reason why I got upset at Fancy. And so Fancy finds somebody new to blame, put the blame on, when they make up with you. They're like, here, let's make up, but we're going to go blame this person for it, okay? And so I forgot who Uncorked with Brandy is blaming right now. But they found somebody to blame for the Fancy problems they did. It's like I thought Fancy was the one saying, Brandy ruined my company. Oh, there's Toddy. Let's see what's going on, guys.
Oh my God, it is the real Toddy. Yes, yes. I'm so excited.
Thanks for having me, Morbid.
Thank you for being here. Let me set your mic so it's perfect. I don't want to not do your voice justice because you have a better voice than I do, I'd have to say.
Well, this is because the new mic.
It is a new mic, and it's a Shure mic, and there's
is.
Starlight over there on your
Hi, Toddy.
left side, I guess,
Hey,
or
how
right
are ya?
side. Yeah.
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Toddy, So the mic sounds beautiful.
Oh, what?
Thank you.
Just
Can
as
you help
beautiful
me
as
with
you
it
and
too?
that mask. Tell us about the profile picture. Let's start there.
Yeah, so I started really doing the channel, I guess, during COVID, and that was when that
Can you guys hear it now?
that feature came out that made you look animated. You know what I'm saying? So I was messing with it, and that's just the picture that I went with,
And
and
you
it
just stuck with it after.
I'm stuck with it. Well, yeah, I've had maybe a couple people, I guess, have said, that triggers them with the mask. But listen, I lost my dad that year. I lost my cat that year. I lost an uncle that year. I lost my partner, my ex-partner that year. So I actually look at that and look what came of it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, so I don't look at it as,
It's not
I
like a
just it
political
doesn't
statement.
it
It's just the
no, not at
time that
all.
you experienced.
Not at all. Not I don't look at it like that at all. At some point I'm going to change it, but I don't want to just change it. If I change it, I want the next one to last for a while. So, like until I find a better thing that I feel more passionate about or feel anything about, I guess I won't change it until that
I
happens.
say you stay with it and trademark the son of a bitch because I love it, man. It's like you're
Yeah,
a
but I guess
ninja or
people do
something,
see it as political. I never saw the mask as a political thing to begin with. No, I just saw it as it made sense, and that was it. And that was it. I never
Well, it
saw it as
fits
political or
and
anything
it
like that.
works because people love you not because of your profile picture, but it's a pretty
Thanks for the
awesome profile
dono.
picture.
I appreciate
Um,
that. Thanks.
but yeah, I mean, people love you. Do you know people love you?
I get a lot of love. I get a lot of love
Thanks for
from
the
people, and
dono.
that did actually surprise me. That I actually didn't think there were so many nice people left in the world, to be honest. So it's been a pleasant surprise to have the support that I've gotten.
And I've been looking for some Toddy haters and trolls, and I can't find one. Where do I look for those people, Toddy? Is
Well, you can come on to my onto my comments because there's some there.
I never see I hate Toddy. Toddy's a son of a bitch, and nothing like that. But
I've never seen I hate you. But yeah, I mean, I have people that we all have trolls and stuff, and I usually I'll pin them, to be honest with you. So it's not, I don't
okay.
delete
So you win them
anything.
over, basically, with
I don't
with your
delete
charm.
anything. Yeah, I don't delete anything on the channel. I don't delete anything. So
Well, there's one
you know,
person in Morbid's
Let me
chat
guess,
that
Toddy.
said they're
You
not a
grew up in New
fan.
York. You're a New Yorker.
I'm not. I'm from Florida. I think you got to be tougher from Florida. I live in New York now, but I'm from South Florida.
Oh, okay. So you grew up in Florida, South Florida.
Yeah,
What is that? Miami? I don't even know.
Hollywood. Yeah,
Hollywood.
Hollywood. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood area. Yep.
Very cool. And then you made your way up to New York at some point. You've been there for quite some time, or?
Yeah, I've been living in New York for about 30 years, but I never really cared for Florida, so I was moving up the East Coast anyway. So I lived in
So far, we're just talking about Toddy's background, of course, because it's how friendships start. You get them chatting with you, and you get to know each other, and you find out similarities and whatnot.
You
yeah.
mentioned about working in jails before, even in your videos. Tell us about that, your experience with that. How did you get started? Did you study to get in there? You're a correctional officer
No, 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 no,
facility.
no. Nope. I was a food service manager, and I was working for Canteen Food Service at the time, and my training was at NASA in Gaithersburg or around Gaithersburg, Maryland. I forget that area. That Greenbelt is, I guess, where NASA is. So, and I got so when I got after I was trained there, they offered me the job as
Okay, I'm sorry, Angie. Yeah. Let's see. I'm like, how much should we listen to this and just move on? I wanted to see what kind of they're gonna talk for a little while about Toddie's background. Oi. And did I don't think so, but did Fancy make up with did Fancy make up with um what was I gonna say? Did Pink Hat Sarah make up with Fancy? Because I was watching Fancy talk with Ryan the other day, Ryan Lee, and it sounded like they weren't saying anything bad about Pink Hat Sarah.
off their sentence. There's a lot of incentive for them to be on their best behavior. And people like Wade Wilson,
And so it just kind of was interesting. Because if Pink Hat Sarah and Fancy made up, well, that's really odd.
Parkway. And so and I
Oh, no problem. I just thought I would stream. I've been having a lot on my mind lately, and I miss streaming. And maybe we'll take this off panel for a minute. I don't know. Take that off panel for a minute. We can always put it back on very, very quickly if we need to. If we can spy on them every once in a while and see what they're saying. I'm trying to stream through. I don't feel very good, actually, guys. I really don't. I haven't been feeling good lately, and I'm trying to stream through it. I told my husband, I was like, I really want to stream, and so I'm going to try. So I talked to Zawoki today. I caught Zawoki live. Because who was with me? We looked up the Watts case. And we saw that on the, what you call it, talk screen of the autopsy, the top screen of the autopsy on Shanann Watts said that she had alcohol and ethanol in her system. I looked up a chart and I calculated the alcohol limit to be about 4 cups of alcohol. And I caught Zawoki live and I asked Zawoki about it, and he said that he talked to a coroner friend of his. Of course, he has a coroner friend. He talked to his coroner friend, And he said decomp puts alcohol in the system. And he's like, well, Shanann's pregnant. She wouldn't drink 4 drinks. But that's the problem, Zawoki. It's not that Shanann would drink 4 drinks. I know Shanann wouldn't. She's a responsible pregnant woman. If she has alcohol and ethanol in her system, who put it there? You know? So and the girls had ethanol in their system, but they also had other things in their system because they were put in oil tanks. They didn't have alcohol, but they had ethanol. And I looked up ethanol in your system also. That could be cough syrup and stuff. Shanann didn't fight back. I'm thinking, what did Chris do to put what in her system? Because why was Bella the only one who fought back? Is that why Chris decided to put stuff in their system because he tried Bella first and Bella was fighting and he needed him to not fight? People are saying hey noodles, but I don't think it's May noodles, but I was a little upset that Zuoki was like, nah, she's pregnant. She wouldn't do 4 drinks. No, that's the problem, Zuoki. I looked it up. Can decomp cause alcohol to be in your system? I did look that up. I don't really think decomp can put that much alcohol in your system. Along with, I guess ethanol too. She didn't fight back. There's a reason. And there's alcohol and ethanol in her system. Zawoki showed me the video of all as they went through the Watts house for the first time, the cops, Shanann and the girls' spirits were talking to the cops, and their body cams picked it up. When they went and listened to it later, you can hear Shanann and the girls giggling and talking. It's so odd because they didn't fight back. And in death, they're giggling and talking. Because Zawoki was talking about how he believes that Shanann and the girls are at peace and are at rest. Were they not drugged? Is there a reason that they? Well, Shanann said, "I'm here with Cece, not Bella." She said Cece, and Bella was the one who fought back. And so Shanann's voice said, "I'm here with Cece." So if Shanann and Bella didn't fight back and they're at peace, and Bella did fight back, is her spirit kind of lost and Shanann's there with Cece because they both quietly went and accepted their fate? Is that what happened? Because she said, I'm here with Cece. And there was giggling and stuff. But nothing about Bella. Is Bella not at rest? Because she did fight it. She did fight. Let's see what's going on over here again with Toddy.
No,
Against
no,
it.
no, no.
Against.
No,
Okay.
I was just interested in the cults, and I'd gotten into the Scientology and the Aftermath, that show, and then I was commenting on some of the people that were part of that, and a guy named Zero Dark Tony. Have you ever heard of him?
Nope. Is he on
Oh.
YouTube? Zero Dark Tony.
Yeah, so he could be dark. And anyway, I took one of his thumbnails, not knowing that. Not knowing that I took a thumbnail, thinking it was just a Google image, and he got pissed and he started reaching out to me during the day, not knowing that I work at night. So during the day I'm sleeping, and when I woke up I had like one message after another message, and it had become really nasty. And I was like, what the fuck? Give me a chance. And then as responding to him, I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, wait. This guy thinks that he's been ignored all day. He doesn't know that I was sleeping.
Okay, what was I gonna look up? Okay, okay, so this is Shanann's voice caught on the body cam.
In the early hours of August 13, 2018, Chris Watts murdered his pregnant wife Shanann and his two daughters in Frederick, Colorado. He buried Shanann in a shallow grave in an oil field and dumped his children into oil tanks. A few days later, Chris Watts confessed to the murders after failing a polygraph test. Before their bodies were discovered, Chris Watts gave an interview asking for the safe return of Shasta. Hear the voice all taken from the police body cam.
Hi, are you Chris?
Chris, yes.
Chris Officer Lyons with the Frederick Police Department, Office Perez. And we've got Boulder County Sheriff's Office. She can't. Hey, so we brought in some extra resources to try to locate your family.
Okay.
With your permission, we've got 3 different canines available. We'd like to collect some scent and kind of get the dogs in motion if you're good with that.
Okay.
They are going to need to come inside the house, kids' rooms, any of your wife's articles, anything like that.
Okay.
Is that okay with you? You do understand it's completely voluntary.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we'll just let her get started.
Smells like cleaning, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you guys see I don't see the ghostly child running down the stairs. I don't see it.
Smells like cleaning, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so bad at this. You gotta like point this out to me. I'm trying to see where I see Shanann's ghost. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see what they're talking about. There is a shadow that moves.
Mhm.
Let's roll it back a second. You can see it. Yep, there it goes right there. You can see it right there. It takes off running as soon as she enters the house.
Smells like cleaning, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Smells like cleaning, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Smells like cleaning, doesn't it?
Mhm.
That's interesting. That's interesting. You take him out. That's interesting. That doesn't necessarily mean it could mean a high intent.
I wonder what made him watch the body cam footage lately. Do cops often watch their body cam footage later?
Fight. So it could mean several things because the body chemistry changes.
Sure.
All that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. A lot of these are motion activated. These are the shoes that she took the scent off of.
Okay. That's you. So there's plenty of first thing to feel.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. What in the world is that?
Wow. Something. There was a. I heard it.
Look at all those shoes. Man, the house they lived in, the shoes they had. Wow, I mean, she just had one of those houses and one of those lives that's crazy how people live these lives that people envy. But then look what happened to her in the end.
Did you hear it?
I did.
Sounded like a kid giggling or something, didn't it? Or a kid.
It did. The kids' clothes and their nightgowns
Okay.
that they may or may not have had on that night. Yeah. So there's your attic access right there.
Yeah, it's interesting that she said that she has CC because like I said, Bella was the only one that kind of fought back and didn't want to, and Shanann and Cece didn't fight. And the voices kind of prove that it seems like Bella might be lost. Shanann's got Cece because they both went quietly. And like Bella's lost. Poor little girl is lost. It's kind of like, it's weird because people talk about like people, whether they accept death or not, and what happens to your spirit afterwards. And, you know, depending upon your mindset or something when you passed. And we could tell that Bella tried to fight for life. And Cece Shanann, for some reason, didn't put up a fight. And you hear Shanann say, I have Cece. I wonder if she's looking for Bella. I don't think any of them entered Chris's truck alive. Not one single one. I've seen that back seat. There's no way you could put two girls and Shanann back there unless they were all gone. And the fact that if these voices are true and correct, and that's Shanann saying I have Cece, is because they passed away in that house. Maybe that's why Bella's lost. Maybe Bella didn't pass away until she had a little bit of oil in her stomach. Bella did. That girl fought and fought and fought. And she just kept fighting her dad, and he just didn't care. And maybe she's lost because she didn't pass in the house. Maybe Cece and Shanann did. And that's why the voices on the tape are Shanann and Cece. What do you guys think of the afterlife? It's interesting. I mean, does their spirit stick around? Was Shanann and Cece, was Shanann following the cops around the house? Trying to tell them, I'm here. Chris did it. Because she does say Chris's name. She's there with Cece and she has no idea where her other daughter is, and she's trying to talk to the cops and find out where Bella is because Bella's lost. Like, this is kind of interesting if these voices are real. I should go get some of those meters. I didn't know that I play Phasmophobia. I don't know if you guys know that game, Phasmophobia. But I guess those meters and stuff they use in Phasmophobia are real. I do have some stories of the last house I lived in was haunted. But they only bothered us for the first year we lived there. They settled down after the second year that we lived there. They only bothered us during the first year that we were getting settled in. And so you guys should tell me if you guys have your own ghost stories. Be like, raise your hand, be like, I do. Because it's kind of odd if ghosts are real like this. Let's see. Let's check in with Morbid, I guess. Let's check in.
Fishing for stuff, but he was also giving her the bait. So it's
Yeah.
like, well, wait a minute. Why, if he would have shut up, let Gypsy come up with her own damn story, where he
Mhm.
kind of gave her a story. And that's what it seems to do when there's more than one person being charged with something. They want to take an easy way out here and have one person roll on the other person. Sometimes you don't get that right. You don't even get the truth out of it. Fucking let him sit there. Let him sit there. Shut up. If you shut up, I mean, there's so much that comes out in silence. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Silence is uncomfortable for people. And when you're quiet, people start talking.
And
You know,
just
there's this-
imagine the amount of information that would have flowed freely out of Gypsy's mouth. That interrogator just sat there and
She would have
listened.
spewed a bunch of bullshit is what she would have done. Even more so than she did.
I don't know, man. I think that he helped lead her there. She missed some things. I mean, she missed the threatening thing. I was like, man, he just gave you an alibi and you missed that, but I don't know. I think that a lot of times when you give people the opportunity to hang themselves, they do it. But
Mhm.
they didn't. They had this in their mind of how something came about and they were wrong about it. And then that other I guess who was it? The DA, somebody who was going to be going up for reelection, just couldn't see that anybody would like poor Gypsy Rose being, put down for
Abused.
life. Or I mean, like that's how
If
her
she would've-
sentence
If
got.
she would have had a jury trial, she would have been absolutely convicted. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, no, absolutely, she would have been, but I don't know. They just saw it a different way. It's really too bad because in the meantime, it worked out really well for her. It really worked out well for her.
Again, it's like it's got to fall on somebody, and it fell on Nicholas, and the DA jumped all over that and washed it away. They just kind of washed their hands of it. They said 10 years, out in the 8.5 for Gypsy, which is amazing because I could almost understand if she was a minor, 15, 16 years of age at the
Yeah, they're going over nothing new. We've already gone over. Like I said, it's the Gypsy thing is starting to die out. There's nothing much left to talk about. Everybody's done every conspiracy theory we can on the case. Without that autopsy report, we're pretty much left to continue to speculate. When that autopsy report comes out, Fancy's going to be the first one to gatekeep that. I wonder sometimes if that's what's going on behind the scenes is. I mean, if you want to be the first person to have that autopsy report, you want to be friends with Fancy. If you want that autopsy report, Fancy's got that coroner on speed dial. She's calling this coroner every other day. I mean, literally, Fancy's got that FOIA request probably already filled out. She's got like probably 10 of them filled out and ready to mail one off every single day. 10, that's probably too little. Like, Fancy's got a boatload of FOIA requests. She's going to gatekeep that for sure. And I don't want to be part of the drama that goes down when that autopsy report drops. All I want to know is, does it exonerate Nick? That's all I want to know. Does it exonerate Nick? I already have my theory of what happened. I'm pretty sure me and Candace Starr are pretty close to right on what happened. It happened in that shed. It happened with David Blanchard and Dan. And I think the only reason why David Blanchard said he'd go in that house when the cops were there, my theory is this is why David Blanchard said he'd go in, because he wanted to make sure Gypsy and Dan were gone. He knew what went down, and he wanted to make sure that Gypsy was not hiding out in that house. Because if she was, he was gonna probably try and help her get out somehow, get out safely, or something. I think he knew not to go in that bedroom. He didn't go in that bedroom for a reason, because he just went in there looking for Gypsy real quick. He made sure Gypsy was not in there. He cleared the house of Gypsy and said everything was fine. And that's all David Blanchard wanted to do. He was covering for Gypsy, making sure Gypsy did get out of there. Making sure she wasn't, because that third post did say the girl was dead too. You got to remember that third post claimed that Gypsy was dead too.
Come on, we've seen the photos of Dee Dee. She was brutally
I mean,
unalive.
basically decapitated almost.
No, she
Brutally, and not only
wasn't.
that,
No, she wasn't. That's got debunked. She wasn't basically decapitated. That got debunked. Ask Fancy and everybody, they'll tell you. She wasn't decapitated. It's debunked, okay?
why? Like, what would
Hey Angela. That got debunked, so everybody needs to quit saying that. It's debunked.
Gypsy is just sick. There's something very evil in.
She's got defensive wounds on her hands. She's got a busted nose. She's got. That autopsy report is going to show a lot of defensive wounds on her front side. Like I said, we can just speculate until that autopsy report comes out. And like I said, I know what's going to happen when that autopsy report comes out. First, Fancy's going to have it. Fancy's going to share it with her friends first, and they're going to gatekeep the information for a while. They're going to only let out what they want to let out until more and more creators put in FOIA requests and get a hold of it. And then those creators start letting things out, and then they'll let more out. But they're going to tease the community first because, like I said, Fancy's got that coroner on speed dial. She's probably already got 10 FOIA requests given to the coroner already. The coroner's probably like got it all hung up on her tack board going, okay, Fancy's FOIA request as soon as it's available. I'll fill that FOIA request.
She's been, enabled to do that. So, no, she's not going to do it.
You know what's interesting is the government taxes all us folks, just regular schmoes. They take our money, right? But what about infamous people? People shouldn't monetize or grift off their infamy. That should be against the law. I mean, y'all taking all through taxes. I mean, how many percentage of money, property?
Thanks for the dono.
Go take from the people that are grifting off.
I'm not monetized, so I don't know how it works. But aren't you supposed to still fill out your taxes at the end of the year and save up some of your money say you get like $2,000 a month off of your monetization. Don't you set aside like 200-300 of that every month in a bank account to pay your taxes at the end of the year? Like, don't spend the whole $2,000. Like, save a portion or something.
Ariel Castro, the Ohio kidnappings of those 4 poor women,
Yep.
raping them and having children with a few of them.
You know, it's funny.
They
I
were
thought
locked
about.
up.
Yep, I thought about
chained.
that one girl today. I thought about the one that, like, he abused one more than the others.
Yes.
There was one that kept helping
Amanda Berry?
be like a midwife. You know, the one that kept being a midwife, but she wasn't allowed to have a kid.
I think
Remember?
that was Amanda Berry. I don't know. It was one of them. Amanda Berry, I think. Not sure who it was.
I don't remember the one.
She was the one
Amanda
with kind of
Berry.
like the nerdy, had the glasses. She was on, I think she was on Dr. Phil. I don't remember. But yeah, I know who you're talking about. The one of the girls.
A lot
yeah.
of them have disappeared because they're so traumatized.
That's the
and
thing. These people, you know,
Michelle
they took
Knight.
what-
Oh, that was who it was. Michelle
Yeah,
Knight.
yes. That's the one I'm talking about. So, you know, like they've taken their life and they've tried to make the best life they can. Gypsy's laughing at everybody. She's
I
laughing
know.
at everybody. I mean, like,
Yeah,
how can
where
she
are
not?
these
She's got
ladies?
shows.
Yeah, we know. Traumatized people don't laugh at other people. They don't do that. I try and help other people. I try and help other people through their problems. That's what I'm here for, to help other people. Not traumatize them more like Gypsy does. Gypsy reports their channels, traumatizes them. So far, it's just a chill conversation with Toddy. They're just talking over the case.
Like,
Break
look at
Yeah.
JC
for a mommy
Dugard.
vlogger.
Yeah,
JC
right.
Dugard, the Turpin
Yes.
kids.
Oh.
I could list so many
million
people.
cases. Yeah. That's right.
I am going to do the Ruby Frank case later because I do live in Utah. And so when they talk about Utah, I know exactly what they're talking about.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they didn't partake in that. They
Look at
had no
Elizabeth
choice.
Smart, another
Exactly.
No.
sort of advocate.
Elizabeth Smart was never kidnapped.
Absolute advocate. She does real.
You don't
advocate
find her on
work.
TikTok doing silly dances with her tummy and stuff like
She
that.
has a TikTok,
Or-
but she uses her TikTok for her advocacy work.
It's kind of funny that Elizabeth Smart is an advocate because I got my own opinions. And by the way, I am in Utah. I remember when Elizabeth Smart went missing. I remember the day she was found. Right there on 90th South and State Street. I know where 90th South and State Street is in Salt Lake City. That's down there by West Jordan and Sandy. That's in Sandy. I know where Sandy is. I've never lived that far down south, but I know where Sandy is. I've been down 90th South in Redwood or State. It was 90th South and State, right? Not 90th and Redwood. It was 90th and State Street. I have friends who saw Elizabeth Smart at a party when she was supposedly kidnapped. Okay?
Scam 101. Here we go.
Thanks for
Let
the
me teach
sub.
you how to be a liar and manipulator and, monkey see, monkey do.
Maybe when I feel a little bit better, I might get off stream soon because I'm not feeling good tonight. But let's do Elizabeth Smart. Who was it on Morbid Stream? Can't remember their name. Who doesn't think that Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped? Let's talk about it because I'll tell you why she wasn't kidnapped. Well, We'll talk about it. Okay. Well, we're gonna talk about Elizabeth Smart. I was here in Utah when it all went down. I remember it was 22 years ago because I just started a brand new job And my supervisor came up to me and he said, Rose, do you believe Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped? And I said, no. And he high fived me and said, okay, I like you. Because Utah was divided. Do you believe she was or do you believe she wasn't? And my supervisor liked me because I believed that she wasn't kidnapped. I believe she ran away. I believe it's in a way unfortunate, in a way that so weird that these guys are in prison for kidnapping because I mean they shouldn't have let a teen run away with them though. I can't believe they confessed to kidnapping Elizabeth Smart because they didn't exactly. But I'll explain to you guys why I don't think Elizabeth Smart. We'll go over it.
How did this woman's reputation become what it became, and how fucking fair is that? Like, how fair?
Like, they went from what you're saying, like doting on Dee Dee, to making her the ultimate monster.
Exactly. Like, why did this woman deserve that? I mean, there's nobody speaking up for her. And I'm not saying she was great, but she certainly wasn't what they said, because there's too many pictures that show something other than that. And there's too much that, contradicts everything.
Well, Gypsy slipped up in an interview, and when they asked her, what do you think of your mom? She said unique, and then she's like, oh shit, I mean, overprotective. Because Gypsy immediately said her mom was unique and interesting. But then she's like, oh crap, never mind. I mean, overprotective. Gypsy slips up every once in a while because she really did love her mom a ton. But I guess Dan was that D was more fire than Ken, and I mean that D was so amazing that she had to unalive her mom for that D.
With somebody else, maybe Dan, maybe not. I don't know. I think that the other person didn't show up, or the other person decided, oh hell no, I ain't going ahead with this.
Oh yeah, no, there was a huge theory, W. I was part of the she's not kidnapped theory. She wasn't. She ran away. Okay? She willingly went with them. Utah was so divided. We were so divided. That was 22 years ago when I met my current husband, because my current husband was the other supervisor. And I can't remember what my husband thought, but the other supervisor was, yeah, he's like, good job, Rose. Don't believe, because a lot of people believe she was kidnapped. A lot of people believe that Elizabeth Smart was kidnapped. They felt sorry for her. I was like, bullcrap. So I have a friend. So Utah's divided. There's the west side and there's the east side, okay? No problem. Like, we could talk Elizabeth Smart for a sec. So Utah's divided into the west side and the east side, okay? I am from the west side. West side, baby. Okay, us on the west side. Let's see, what is it? West side? West side, dude? West side. We're a little rough and tough, okay? We're the you can be from the ghetto part, or you could be from the, just generally families that live paycheck to paycheck, or whatever, like moderately well or whatever, like okay. The west side people are just, they're living life, and there is some gangs and stuff on the west side, and There is a little bit of trouble on the west side. Now, the east side of Salt Lake is the older side of Salt Lake. The homes on the east side of Salt Lake are the really old homes. Those homes are like, there's mansions up there, there's regular homes up there, but these homes are expensive because they're old. Yeah, I married my supervisor. Yes, I did. I got in trouble for it too. Don't worry, I did get in trouble for it. I broke the rules dating my supervisor. Um so the east side, yay, 3 people. You guys can, maybe I should change the title so people know I'm talking about Elizabeth Smart. So the east side of Salt Lake is a little bit more posh. The rich people live on the east side. There's a little less trouble on the east side. It's called the avenues. If you live on the east side, you live in the avenues, what's called the avenues. The avenues go from A, B, C, D, E. You know, they have the alphabet going this way. And then this way is first, second, third, fourth, fifth, east. So, like, you can live on like 3rd East and C Street or something like that. The avenues are a little bit more put together than the west side. The west side of Salt Lake, we have street names and crazy crap. And I come from a little city called Rose Park. Rose Park is a little bit dangerous. When you say Rose Park, people are like, whoa, you come from Rose Park? You say Rose Park in Salt Lake, and people are like, whoa. They think you're packing in your trouble when you come from Rose Park. You're scary if you come from Rose Park. So I survived Rose Park. I grew up there. There's a reason I'm telling you guys this, because you guys got to understand Salt Lake, the way it's built, the way it's designed. Because you see, Elizabeth Smart, she's from the east side, okay? She is. She was asking for transcripts on Nick's trial because she said people made. Yeah, people. You're from Rose Park. What? Yeah. Give out wrenches, Rose. Hey, 13th hour. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's see. 13th hour. Okay. I think that gives you a wrench now. That should give you a wrench, I think. Okay, so anyways, um Elizabeth Smart lives on the east side, okay? She's an east sider. By the way, that movie, High School Musical, who knows? Everybody knows High School Musical, right? Right? Okay, that was made at East High on the east side of Salt Lake. There's a reason they made it at East High, not, I went to West High, the opposite of East High. West High was dangerous, okay? There's a reason they made High School Musical at East High. So, anyways, I have a friend that lives across the street. When I was growing up, there's this girl that lived across the street from me. And when we went to go to junior high, her mom didn't want this. I'm setting up this story because this is important, guys. This is very important, okay? To the story. My friend's mom didn't want her to go to Northwest. Northwest was the junior high. Because Northwest is on the west side. And the west side is a little bit dangerous. Or so her mom thought. So what her mom did, her mom has a sister or something that lives on the east side of Salt Lake. So she used her sister's address on the east side to send my friend to Bryant Junior High. Let's see what's going on real quick.
She had a slow unaliving, like it happened
See,
over
I
the course of 3
haven't,
or 4 days.
I haven't
Well,
seen
yeah.
anything that backs that up because, of course, we don't have the autopsy report.
Right.
Because, in my opinion, I do think that Nick did all the wounds. But there's still some that are you're like, what?
Nick couldn't have done all the wounds because what Nick did wouldn't have unalived Dee Dee right away. Dee Dee would have slowly passed away from asphyxiation of breathing in blood. You got, like, Nick didn't give any unaliving blow.
Though is when he's talking about those 4 jabs, and I could be wrong. Like those are the ones that really he sunk it in and did damage. Like the 4 that really
Yeah.
did the damage. The rest are
fair
just
share,
like
yeah.
almost little jabs at the top of
Yeah,
her.
and that one jab that went deep into her lung wouldn't have unalived her right away. She would have been inhaling blood for a while, for hours. It could take you hours to die from your lungs slowly filling with blood.
It was
Yeah.
just, they were
So
bloody.
Gypsy
their
must have
hands were
told him
bloody.
that. Where did he get that information from? How did he know about that, Ken?
Natasha, because she talks about it all the time. Literally. I'm
I
serious.
think
that's
Gypsy
where he
told
got
him.
it.
I don't think he knows Natasha or goes there.
He went on her panel with Gypsy for the very first
Oh
time.
yeah, that's right. He did.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Is it
But what
is
I
it
think,
go ahead,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, what I think is that he was totally set up from the get go. I don't think she had any intentions
Yeah, this is boring them arguing about
with him,
this.
like she said so. And I think when she got to his house and realized this isn't my fairy tale, right? Because everything's a fairy tale to her. You know, this is reality. I don't even know how to cook macaroni and cheese out of a box.
Yeah.
She
The self
panicked.
yeah.
She puts those Facebook posts out there, totally framing Nick for it, thinking
Yeah.
she was going to get out of that house. And little did she know that the cops were going to show up there, because her and Nick, according to her, were asleep when the banging on the door from the SWAT team
Right.
happened. And when they go into the closet, I don't think she was expecting them to show up. I think she was going to get the hell out of there
And
before they ever got
didn't
there.
Gypsy like advise her of what to say while they're in the
Nick?
closet?
Yes. Yes.
Like they're coming up with a
That's where,
story, or she
yeah,
was to the
way,
police and all that.
the runaway story. Mhm.
Anyways, okay, we'll continue with Elizabeth Smart. So my friend for 2 years went to Bryant Junior High instead of Northwest like me. So she went to school on the east side and I went to school on the west side. But when she went to high school, she got to come to high school on the west side with me. However, she had friends on the east side because of that. That's how we know that Elizabeth Smart, while she was kidnapped during those 9 months, she was at a couple parties on the east side. People saw her at these parties on the east side. And what's his name? The guy that kidnapped her? David guy? I mean, he was nowhere near her. She was at parties. She could have so gotten away multiple times. I mean, she could have ducked out of this party and ran away and been free. And it's crazy. And that's what everybody was sitting there arguing and talking about, because Elizabeth Smart was seen during those 9 months all over the place. She wasn't tied up to no tent. Where's her bruising? Where's her? She was handcuffed and tied up for 9 months. Where's the bruising? Where's the scars? On her ankles, on her hands. Where is all this bruising and scarring? No, instead Elizabeth Smart was seen at parties and crap. And plus, when she was on 90th South and State Street, do you guys know the story of her being found?
Examiner's office. He testified his name was Thomas J. Vandenberg. He said something about that because she had laid in the bed dead 5 days face down, all the blood pooled to the lower parts of her body, meaning the face, her stomach.
Which is why
all the
people,
bruising.
right, and people think that she had a broken nose, when I think that's just where the blood pooled,
Right.
Yes.
He
But
also-
weren't the
yeah.
main stabbings happening in the abdominal
Back.
area?
In the back.
In the
and
back
the
area.
and then in the sides, it penetrated her lungs, her heart.
But if you see the actual the crime scene pictures, you see the neck, the back of the neck, I believe. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
decapitated. So what
Yes.
happened there? Like who
Yeah,
did
that
that?
was
I mean,
nasty.
you've got to look at that knife. It's a fillet knife. People use that for like fish and hunting, things like that, to cut
Yeah.
meat.
Anyways, so when the cops got to 90th South and State Street, which is a busy area in Salt Lake, like, no joke, like, she could have gotten away. And the cops asked her name. She could have said, I'm Elizabeth Smart. There was like a bunch of cop cars there. She lied to the cops about who she was. She tried to get away from the cops and go back to them. Like, the cops had her far away from them. They had them detained. No, Elizabeth Smart, she was walking down 90th South and State Street when the cops. I'm trying to remember why the cops even pulled her over. Because they found Elizabeth Smart just walking down the street with her two captors, or what she said was her two captors. She did not live in, I don't know where they lived, because she was not chained up in those woods. She was chained up. Where's her scars? Where's if you're chained up and somebody's graping you for 9 months? Where's your scars? Where's I don't see any physical scars, markings, anything. Elizabeth Smart had no signs of being tied up and graped. And she was seen at parties getting drunk by my friends' friends that lived on the east side. She was seen by multiple people at parties because her and her little friends that she ran away with, that she wasn't kidnapped. They went to parties. They tried to recruit people to their little cults, but it never worked. They never recruited people to their little cults. See, Elizabeth Smart, she comes from what we call a Utah Mormon family. Those Utah Mormon families are really difficult to live in. She comes from a Utah Mormon family on the east side. If you got to know Salt Lake and the difference between the east side and the west side. I mean, the west side can be bad enough. Like, my husband lives on the west side and comes from a Utah Mormon family. We got away from them too, because Utah Mormon families, they can be very mentally abusive and sometimes physically abusive, and they can be very hard to live in. And this guy, he was ex-LDS, and he enticed Elizabeth Smart that he was a prophet and that he lived in a higher station than LDS people. And Elizabeth Smart ran away with him because she believed he was a prophet. He was one of those weird he was one of those really weird. He was a Chad Daybell, basically. Come on, it's Chad Daybell, right? Chad Daybell's that with the Lori Fellows
Barney doll by her head.
You know her video yesterday? Did you see the video of her drinking Starbucks pumpkin spice for the first time? Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I need to get caught up on her videos. I was gonna do that tonight. I was doing the Wade Wilson thing.
Man,
but
I want to do that.
Yeah, Elizabeth Smart comes from a very, very strict religious family. Very strict. And that's one of the reasons why we thought she ran away. I mean, look at Elizabeth Smart. She comes from a strict LDS Mormon family. She plays the violin. her parents, they're that kind of people. Practice your violin. They live on the east side of Salt Lake where all the posh, rich people live. They live in a very judgmental neighborhood where appearance and image is everything. They lived in a part of Salt Lake that is your neighbors know everything about you and they gossip about you if you do wrong. And that's why we know that Elizabeth Smart ran away. She didn't get kidnapped. She ran away. She told her sister, shh, don't tell mom. She ran away. That's why the sister didn't go crying to her mom. Somebody just came and took Elizabeth because Elizabeth is like, shh, go back to bed. Don't tell mom. Shh. They faked leaving out that window. There was no real straight up sign that David guy broke in. And see, that David guy was hired to work on their house. And Elizabeth got to know him and talked to him. He was a friend of the family's for a minute. And he talked Elizabeth into, I'm a prophet, kind of that Chad Daybell situation. I think, and then because everybody thought Elizabeth was kidnapped, because look at this. I told you the kind of family that Elizabeth comes from. Image is everything. They can't have a runaway daughter. It ought to be a kidnapping. They cannot admit that their daughter ran away. And they got money. They are rich. They have money. They can influence the media however they want. They can't have a daughter run away. They'd be the talk of the neighborhood. Their daughter ran away with some prophet. They couldn't have that. They had to retain their image. They told their daughter to lie and they told their daughter and stuff to lie about her seeing her sister get kidnapped. Because image is everything, especially on the east side. Image is everything. They couldn't look bad to their church. They couldn't look bad to their neighbors. Their daughter had to be kidnapped. We all knew it was fake. We all knew she wasn't kidnapped. We all knew she ran away. She had to play along with the narrative because she'd embarrass her family. When she came back, when the cops got her and she finally came back home, she had to continue with the narrative so she didn't embarrass her family. It's hard sometimes living here in Utah. people can be very, very harsh and very judgmental when you've been around them and don't want to. Yeah, and see, that's the neighborhood that Elizabeth Smart comes from. She lives on the east side of Salt Lake. There are troubled people on the east side because, well, my friend went to Bryant Junior High and her mom thought it'd be better than Northwest and that she wouldn't get in as much trouble. Well, oh my gosh, she got in a lot of trouble over there at Bryant Junior High. She dated bad gangster style people because there were gangbangers over there on the east side. But the east side, though, is the rich area. The avenues, they're where you go. Everybody's like, oh, let's go trick or treat in the avenues so that we can get full-size candy bars. Because everybody knows that if you live in the avenues, you're rich. You live on the east side of Salt Lake. You live in those older style homes, those mansions up there, you're rich. Poor people don't live on the east side. No. Poor people live on the west side. The west side is trouble. It's a big deal here in Utah, west high versus east high, west side versus east side. It's a big deal here in Utah. Like, it is a big deal. Like, we used to make fun of east siders. It's like, we don't talk to east siders. You're from the east side? We don't talk to you. You're from the east side. We have nothing to do with you. We don't deal with the east siders. You're proud if you come from the west side, man. Well, only in Salt Lake. Only in Salt Lake. It's a big deal in Salt Lake City. Not the rest of Utah. Just downtown Salt Lake City, because it's west high versus east high. It's the west side versus the east side. It's the rich versus the poor. Just in a certain part of Utah, just a certain part. Because that's the avenues. The west side, yeah, we have first, second, third, fourth, fifth, south. And then we have named streets. Just whatever. The east side is got the ABCs going this way and the numbers going this way. We're like a grid. We're set up on a grid. So if you are on 3rd South and C Street, you are 3rd East and C Street. If you're on 3rd East and C Street, you're 3 blocks east of the temple and you're 3 blocks north of the temple because C Street is north. I think. North? Or is it west? No. This is so odd. Yeah, because C Street ABCs goes this way. It goes that way. It goes east. Then how come it goes 3rd? Because it's not 3rd North, is it? Maybe it's 3rd North. 3rd North and C Street, 3 blocks north of the temple. C Street is 3 blocks east of the temple? This is so weird. Oh, cool, W. You're like us. Nope. Awesome. But see, yeah, you got to know that Elizabeth Smart comes from the east side, the rich side, the judgmental side, and everybody knows that Utah is a very religious state. And so we take religion very seriously here in Utah. And sometimes when you take religion a little too seriously, things can get out of whack. And this guy, David, he talked Elizabeth Smart into he's some kind of prophet. And Elizabeth Smart, she was just sick of living with her family. She, like I said, she ran away, but her family is rich and they are posh, and they couldn't have a daughter that ran away. They couldn't. So they had to report her as being kidnapped to the police because they can't have. I'm surprised the David guy. I wonder what they did to get him to admit up to kidnapping Elizabeth Smart. Because he did not kidnap her, but he pled guilty to it for some reason. And I don't get why. I don't know what they did to get him to plead guilty to it. Because that's always bugged me about Elizabeth Smart's case. What did they do to get him to plead guilty to it? Because he up and pled guilty to it without a problem. What did the prosecutor do or say to him to get him to admit up to kidnapping Elizabeth Smart? Was it money? But he went to prison, so money shouldn't matter to him.
This is like when Gypsy was first released.
Oh, I don't know. Like, I really
Around the time, I should say.
Okay. Well, people
Yeah.
were. It was weird seeing me on, like, I would see me on things and be like,
Yeah.
you know, that was weird at first, to be honest with you. You know,
People like you.
yeah, I appreciate
your
that.
Gosh darn it, people like you.
Okay.
Gosh darn it. You do.
What does this person mean by when they say, I want the old morbid back? Baba Luzandu? Who's Baba Luzandu? They said, I want the old morbid back. What is the old morbid? Because I've seen bits and pieces of the old morbid.
A lot of times there's these alarms going off, and so yeah, like
Okay.
sometimes I'll leave a little bit of something in there just so, like, one day on the radio, like, somebody, all right, hottie toddy, and I was like, yeah, we'll leave that on there for authenticity. But you know, there are a lot of stuff I'll go ahead and take off. But no, I only started doing live stuff just recently. Everything that I do that is not live, I definitely have edited. Yeah, I definitely edited.
Now you've been through some difficult times during lockdown, and a lot could relate. A lot of people could relate because I'm sure a lot of people went through some tough times during that stuff in 2000.
So what is this morbid to calm and stuff when they interview people or something because they're sitting there saying they want the old morbid back? Is this not entertaining enough for them? Is it too boring for them? It's like, elaborate. What do you mean the old morbid? What do you want to see? You want to see more people leave his panel crying?
Bench for the remembrance bench, I guess that would
Yeah.
be somewhere in your area.
So no.
Yeah, like the Elizabeth Smart thing is all crazy because I never believed for 1 second that girl was kidnapped. So I have a friend, the friend I told you that went to school on the east side. She's run away from home before. And she was on a Greyhound bus leaving Salt Lake City. The cops stopped the bus in Provo, an hour south of Salt Lake. And they got on the bus and they asked my friend, "What's your name?" And she said her name's Maria. That's not her name. She lied. Because they were looking for my friend. She had been gone for 2 weeks. She ran away from home for 2 weeks. And they couldn't. And her mom was looking everywhere for her. Somehow they found out she was on a Greyhound bus, luckily, on her way down to Arizona. Thank God they caught her. Because she didn't know the trouble she was in for. Because the guy that she was running away with, I think he was going to go sell her. Like, he was saying, "Oh, you're my girlfriend and I just want to be with you." But no, we think that she was, but luckily the cops caught her, but she lied. She lied about who she was because she didn't want the cops to catch her and take her back to her mom. So she lied. What did Elizabeth Smart do when she got caught? She lied. The cops had to really get it out of her that she was Elizabeth Smart. Because she kept lying about her name and who she was. Just like my friend did. My friend lied about her name and who she was. Even though the cops had a picture of her right there and knew that her name wasn't Maria. She lied. She lied about who she was. Be strained. Yeah. Well, Morbid is used to kind of doing his own thing. He doesn't really bring a lot of people on panel. I don't know. I haven't seen too much of the old Morbid, the Gibbernom. But I don't know how people thought he was funny. He's disgusting. The old Gibbernom is calling up people and leaving voicemails and not being respectful about their dead sons. But see, I just see Elizabeth Smart like my friend. She lied to the cops about her name and who she was because she didn't want to be caught and found. Yeah, my friend's mom was dying because it had been 2 weeks. She ran away and successfully. Well, my friend has ran away. We'll call her Maria. Maria, this was like the 10th time she ran away from home. Maria kept running away from home all the time. Her mom was used to her run, and her mom would catch her all the time. This was the first time she was gone for 2 weeks, though. She found this guy named Lokester. And we told her that Lokester was a bad guy. That he just wanted to take her to Mexico and sell her. Like, because that's what they do. There's some Hispanic people here in Utah. They'll find hot women and they just sex traffic them. I have a friend who went to prison for a few years for sex trafficking. My mom saw her the other day at the store. Apparently, I thought she's supposed to be in prison for 10 years. It's only been 8 years and she's out already. Guess she got out early on sex trafficking. Because we got a lot of sex trafficking here in Utah. So she's lucky she got caught in Provo and got taken home. because we think she was about to be sex trafficked. But at the time when she was dating Lokester, she didn't believe that. And she just, yeah. I didn't know if 13th Hour wanted to hop up on panel. I think that's the invite copy. And paste. And so when Elizabeth Smart got caught and lied like my friend did, I saw it as the same thing. She lied about her name because she didn't want to be caught. Because why didn't she tell the cops, yeah, I'm Elizabeth Smart, and jump in their car? Be like, I gotta. Hey, what's up? Huh? The school pictures? Okay, okay, is there a link to like buy them, or how do you buy them, or do we need to give you money or what? Because we'll pay. Well, I'll pay for like half of them, half of the package, so we can have some of them. Let me. Well, let me go talk to Dawn. Dawn. Maybe like a sheet of wallet, so me and Dawn can have a wallet each, and we can pass out. Hey, baby girl. Okay, get that package, one for each of the kids, and let me know that package. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We can do $15 a kid. We have the money. Dawn can transfer it to you now. We had to. Around $15. And if you put it over, we'll pay for it. Yeah, I want some of their pictures this year. Their school pictures are so expensive. I have work. It's they said orientation's at 10 o'clock, and I don't know if that means like is orientation only like something? Hey, Rory, how you doing, pretty girl? You want to say hi to Dad? Okay. Hey, Dad. Um, Okay. Sorry, my mom called. The kids just had school pictures, and we got to order school pictures. Yeah, my friend got so mad because when her mom finally got her back home, she stuck her in a psych unit for a month. She put her in the psychiatric hospital here at the University of Utah for like a month. Like I didn't we didn't know where she was for a month. Like all we know is our friend Maria disappeared and rumors were just flying about what was going on with her because and then one day I was checking the mail. I went outside to check the mailbox and my friend showed up and she was like, "Oh, I've been in the psych unit for the last month." It's fine. Aurora wanted to just say hi to you. She misses you. Hey, what's up, little guys? They're expensive. I'm splitting the package with my mom, $15 a kid. Because it's like $35 for per package, and it's like, and I got 3 kids. So it's like, okay, fine. We'll do half. Oh, just send people online. I was streaming for a sec. I haven't been streaming late because I'm not feeling good. But I'm trying to get up. So I'm trying to just sit up and stream, but what are they getting ready for? Mm. I, I need to go to. I need to work as much as I can. I'm gonna try and work as much as I can, but no, I'm just I'm trying to get off. My anxiety's been a little weird lately because I'm trying to get off as much meds as possible right now. My anxiety's been a little weird and stuff, and trying to just maintain everything. So I'm getting ready to. I need to make dinner soon, and then I go to bed. All right. I will talk to you later. Goodbye. Yeah, school pictures are so darn expensive. Let's see what they're saying now. Yeah, Todd. It sounds like Toddy's getting sucked into enjoying Morbid Stream.
And listen, don't you feel a responsibility to your followers, to your subscribers, to your community? You want to give them the best of your ability. So when you tell them, hey man, come on and let's support these people, and then you found out you were duped, it's like, man, you got to apologize to your community and say, man, I'm really sorry about that. And with me, it happened with Fancy that week. It happened with somebody else, and then it happened with Kate Marie. And I'm like, guys, I don't even know how to support somebody without. I mean, I feel stupid now, and then I just said, listen, I can't be held accountable for all that. I'm going to continue to support. I'm just going to tell you guys I got it wrong, but
Yeah, it is difficult, especially on the internet, because you don't know. But it's almost like you have to give the benefit of the doubt to somebody who claims victim. I'm sorry about the music in the background. I was screwing around on this TikTok thing. But yeah, like when I had Kate Marie up here and we interviewed her, I saw, some holes in the story, but who am I to um like dig deeper and be like, no, I don't believe you. You need to prove to me this. We just take their word for it. and we empathize.
Well, that's the problem is people say, you know, don't question a victim. Don't Elizabeth Smart says she's a victim. Don't question the victim.
And what can we do? How can we question that is not happening is what I'm saying. So it's difficult, especially on the internet. It's not your fault, you know, it's nobody's fault. You gave the person the benefit of the doubt. And unfortunately online it just doesn't go that way. Things turn out differently than we expected it to.
Yeah, here's the thing though, like why this like don't you know, like we're all old enough to know that shit it's gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? Like something's gonna come out. So how this woman didn't, I mean, how she didn't think that it was gonna come out. Listen, my dad, he was a criminal.
Well, Kate Marie, things wouldn't have come out on Kate if she hadn't made friends with Gypsy. And then I was making a video about that when somebody came and gave me an interview. Chrissy Cakes came and gave me an old interview of Kate Marie's, and we dug into it with the idea that she was lying. We didn't dig into it with the idea she was telling the truth. We dug into it with the idea that she was lying. So we found holes in the story because we dug into it with the idea that she was lying.
Especially on the internet. So how Kate Marie could, you know, and then I sit back and I say, well, you're stupid too. Why did you believe that somebody would amputate somebody's leg from dry skin? You know, and then, you know, like I'm stupid. Why did I believe the fancy story?
Well, I never thought that somebody would amputate over dry skin. Like, doctors don't just amputate a good leg. They just don't. You don't just go to a doctor and say, well, her skin's too dry. Take it off. So, of course, when I first saw the interview and I saw what her foot looked like, I immediately believed it because now I see the reason why the leg was amputated. It wasn't dry skin. There was a reason. And it was Kate's fault. She wouldn't let her leg heal.
He says, "Are you serious? Are you serious, Toddy? For Christ's sakes, I sent your damn 25." I don't think that's the point, though, fans.
Oh dear.
That's not
yeah,
the point,
I
right?
gave her credit for sending the money back.
Say. I'm sorry, I missed that.
So I don't know why that was brought up.
I should bring you to y'all. This is the place where the creators rebond, you know, because I think it's a little.
Here we go.
You know, something. It's not getting over, right, Toddy?
Morbid is trying to get Toddy to make up with Fancy.
Not fighting over anything. I don't care if
there should not be any, you know, like she shouldn't have any bad ill will against you, and vice versa. And
here we go. The real reason Morbid brought Toddy on.
And yeah, I mean, I understand your point of view. I understand her point of view in a sense because of her character and who she is, you know.
Because something's going on behind the scenes. Everybody's making up with Fancy. And here's Morbid trying to get Toddy to make up with Fancy.
He's going to get along, and I'm fine with everybody. I mean, I don't need to get along with Fancy. I don't have, this is your show, man. If you want to bring her on your show,
no. I wouldn't
you go, Toddy. Stick to your guns, Toddy.
I'm just, she's in the chat, and
stick to your guns, Toddy. Don't let Morbid talk you back into liking Fancy. Don't.
Understand both sides of it, because, you know, everybody is an individual and they have their own opinion and ways of doing things, and sometimes you just don't agree.
So here's the real reason Toddy's here.
We're gonna go.
They want Toddy to be part of their circle, but they need Toddy to forgive Fancy.
Absolutely.
Because honestly, it's not really. I mean, you look at the real serious issues like the children's issues of children being, you know, that you brought up and we talked about. I mean, those are serious issues.
Yeah, they are serious issues. But if Toddy doesn't want to like Fancy, then she doesn't have to like Fancy. Quit pushing her to like Fancy.
And safer, you know.
You don't have to like Fancy
So
to be
the
part
other
of the true crime
is just
community.
kind of like,
Why do you have to like Fancy to do true
it's
crime?
not as bad.
You
as
don't
we
have to
think.
like Fancy to do true crime.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
So, I mean, I'm excited to see what
Fancy
happens.
isn't true crime. You don't have to like Fancy to do true crime. You can hate Fancy and still do true crime. What is she going to do? Stop you? Sue you? Because you're doing true crime and you don't like her?
Or you at the beginning of the year. Because you were
So yeah, so
Yeah,
what were you at?
I'm
5
laughing.
subscribers in January. I mean, that's
oh, you get
yeah.
so he 100 subscribers at the time. I had 22. This is in November of 2023.
Because yes, if
so-
you do Gypsy Rose, you have to like Fancy. And that's what Morbid's doing right now with Toddy. Come on, we're all in this together, Toddy. So you gotta like Fancy because we're all in this together.
me, but I had 22 more. So he doubled my.
You can do true crime, and you don't have to like Fancy to do true crime. You can
And
talk
he
about
just said-
Gypsy, and
he
you don't
just
have
said,
to
you know,
like
do
Fancy.
a video every day. Do a video every day.
Fancy
And,
doesn't
I
own
did. I said,
Gypsy.
all right, well, I'm gonna try this until April, and we'll see what happens. And it just did. I'm grateful. It yeah.
Yeah, I was
Is
along
this
for that
him?
ride. It was
Yes,
fun to
that
watch.
is. That's Zero Dark Tony right there.
There he is,
Yep.
guys. I'll drop the link in the chat. So
So I just, yeah, but in all fairness, I mean, I want. Sometimes, I mean, he could be very rough. He could be rough, and his language could be really rough. All I did was take a thumbnail, and you know, it's hard to watch him. I think that he had a lot of good information about Scientology, a lot of good information, but he was also screwed over by them, so he had a lot of resentment. And to get his going back to, is the message more important than your voice? You know, and I think he might have found that the message is finally more important than his voice, but he was having a hard time, in my opinion.
Yeah,
finding-
Toddy, you stick to your guns.
looks like you surpassed him in subscribers. I mean, I'm not trying to laugh at that, but wow, right? Isn't it amazing?
Yeah,
how that
one of my
works?
followers had said that to me. It's sad because, you know, I mean, I'm grateful for that, but you know, you kind of hope that.
I think
Listen,
it's a
he had
good thing.
lot
I
of
mean,
good
it's a give and
messages with the
take. He was generous enough to
Scientology. He had a
promote you.
lot of good messages with the Scientology. He had a lot of information, but there was so much anger that it was hard to listen to him. And I think that that's what his problem was. And you got people that really love him. He's
Yeah,
got
when
like,
you're talking about true crime and stuff, you got it. You could bring a tiny bit of your personal life into it. Like I had to bring a little bit of my personal life into the Elizabeth Smart story because I need to tell you guys why I know that Elizabeth Smart that she ran away. And part of it does have to do with a little bit, but you got to bring it back into the crime more than anything, and you can't bring in personal feelings.
And then, you know, a little mix
And see,
and match.
Fancy brings in all her personal feelings into Gypsy Rose. That's all Fancy does. She is obsessed, and she brings in her personal feelings.
Damn girls on the panel, and we did crazy shit back then. It's I'm surprised YouTube even allowed us to be on. To be honest with you, so yeah. I
And
mean,
if I was Toddy, as many times as Fancy's gotten on Morbid's channel and dissed on Toddy, I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't make up with Fancy.
there you go. Well,
with
that's
different
good. I mean,
iterations of channels.
that's awesome.
But again, I'm getting older too. So a little bit more wiser than I was back in my stupid days. And I come up from stand-up comedy type, like comedy, It's really, you know, so so I understand your dude over there, and you know, you grow very quickly, and you grow in numbers, and then there's other ways that, you know, as your friend is, you know, is a certain type of cup of tea that people don't really like, and I think I'm
Right.
like crossing over, but still not there yet. Bear with me.
I don't have any problems with either one of you guys, you know. I mean, everybody's got their way of telling stories, right? Everybody's got their own personality and such.
And I don't want to keep you long enough because I know I have already, and it's late over there. Any last words, or anybody else have a question here for Toddy? Do you
Well, they
you
try.
want to talk about Gypsy and what is there anything in store there? Are you pretty much over that and you want to you just want to talk about other stuff, or what are your
Well,
thoughts about her now?
so, so my thing with Gypsy is that, you know, when you and I, I I don't know if you feel the same way about this, but I I feel like I have a lot of my community because of Gypsy. So I guess when they're done hearing about Gypsy is when I'll be done talking about her, because, you know,
Well, that's the hard part, is because I want to move on too.
keep going back to Gypsy
But
because that's what a lot of the community is still into.
when
But
you
I would assume as everything cycles,
the reason why I stayed on Gypsy was because if you look at my videos, go back to February, and you see I did Gypsy, and then I did somebody else, and then I did Gypsy, and then I did somebody else. My numbers were higher on the days I did Gypsy.
as long as there's an
And so
interest in
it
other
keeps you in the
things, I
Gypsy
want to go there,
community.
especially if there's more substance.
It keeps you in the Gypsy community because your numbers are higher when you do Gypsy. And I wish they would be higher when I did other people too. Oh, sorry. Maybe my mic is finally turned up that I could turn it down a little bit. Audio. Turn my mic down a little bit. There we go. Maybe that. There we go. Okay. There we go. Maybe that. I had to turn up my mic because people sometimes can't hear me. But there's hardly anything left to talk about Gypsy anymore. She's living her private life now.
Also want to make sure that I do good stuff as well. You know, that the platform's being used for good things as well.
Absolutely. And just to say, unfortunately, social media platforms and the algorithms that it is, like you said, Toddy, your channel has built tremendously on the Gypsy content, because that's what YouTube pushes out. They were different before, back in 2018 or so, right prior to the adpocalypse that I had
I don't
to
know what
go under.
YouTube's.
It was way better and different. They pushed out every single content that you put out there, as long as people watched.
I don't know what YouTube's pushing my content out there as, because I don't know. I didn't get popular at all. I got a couple hundred more people, and that's it. Toddy got 10,000 people, and I got like 200.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna get promoted.
So let me tell you that I didn't think anything about that, but there's another content creator that I'm very friendly with, and they reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, I see you're covering Wade Wilson. Stay on top of that."
You know what's funny? If you watch Gypsy right now, like when she's getting ready or when she goes to Starbucks, she won't show below her boobs. She will not. I still wonder if she's not pregnant. How far do you think she's going to take this? Do you think she'll fake labor and delivery, not show the baby, but fake being a mom? Do you think she'll take this all the way? Because she won't show her belly at all. She's afraid to show her belly because she's how far is she gonna fake this? Because I was sitting there thinking today, going, oh my gosh, is she gonna, she could fake this all the way to labor and delivery and just say, well, I don't want to show my baby's face. And she could wrap a doll in a blanket and pretend like that doll is her baby. Like, people make those real life looking baby dolls. I'm like on the fence. Part of me says, yeah, she's really pregnant. This is happening. And part of me says, ooh, she is like faking this all the way. Because that's just, she's insane. She's that insane that she's going to fake this all the way. Because what pregnant mom, especially first time, doesn't want to show off their belly? Every pregnant mom wants to show off their belly. Well, I have met a couple that don't because they're like, I'm too fat. I don't want you looking at my fat belly. I'm fat.
Taking
Yeah.
drugs. Yeah, then we're gonna have some fun. That's when we're gonna find out. We're gonna get some real good content.
That's the strange thing, because if you think about it just now and how she's behaving just now, she knows she's got limitations and restrictions, and she's restricted as to how she can sort of like behave and act online.
But the way her belly looked at the ultrasound, she had her upper belly and then it was creased, and then she had her lower belly, and it just looks like a regular fat belly. That's all. And they only kept the ultrasound on her side. They didn't move it all around. There was no gel on her belly. They didn't move they just kept it right there on her side. Like, this is so weird. Like, I was like, maybe they faked the ultrasound or something, because they only kept it on her side. There was no gel on her belly. They didn't go all over her belly with the. I mean, when they do an ultrasound, they go all over your belly. I think we know she's pregnant logically, but we really want her to not be pregnant, and we're all trying to get. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, you're right, Debbie. It's like, logically, she's got to be pregnant. But we also know she likes to fake things. And we also know she's a liar. And my logic is, how did she get pregnant this fast with Ken? How did she get pregnant this fast? She couldn't get pregnant with Ryan. She couldn't get pregnant with Nick. She couldn't get pregnant with Dan. How did she get pregnant with Ryan or Ken so fast? I'm either waiting for her to fake a miscarriage, or, okay, yeah, link. Let me give you the link. Come on up. Let's see. Let's give you the link. Invite. Let's talk this out. Let's see what we can. I was sitting there laying in bed today thinking, man, she's this, isn't she? She's gonna go all the way with this. Okay, how do I tell when people are in the back studio? Because I've never done this before on StreamYards. Banners, brand, private chat. Did you click on the link? Because it's like, how do I tell when somebody's in the back studio? Because how do you tell when somebody's in the back studio and you bring them forward. Comments, banners, brand, private chat, edit. Oh, there you are. Hi, see you. There you are.
Hi, baby.
Hey.
How are you?
Okay.
It's been a
Good. How
while.
are you? Yes.
Yeah, it's
I
been just
haven't been
rough.
feeling good lately. I
Yeah, me
forced
either.
myself out of bed today. I've been so dizzy today. I think it might be my anxiety. I'm not sure.
It probably is. It probably is. It probably is.
Because
Your
lately my
body's trying to nope
anxiety.
out. hmm Your body's
Yeah,
trying to
I
nope
haven't
out.
been.
It's telling you need a
I
nap.
Well, I haven't been taking my anxiety meds lately. My doctor will kill me if she knows. But and
Girl,
so I think it's my anxiety
then
that's
take
been
it.
causing me. I get every time I get up out of bed, like everything goes black and I go dizzy and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I can't walk. I'm like, ah.
Right. I get it, babe.
I know. I told my husband, I was
I
like,
get
well, I sometimes I take it for a little while and then you feel good and then you forget to take it because you're like, I'm feeling great. You're like,
Mm-mm. Oh no.
I'm back to
I take
normal.
2 milligrams of Xanax 3 times a day because of my complex PTSD, what I went through when I was a kid, and because I was held captive and sex trafficked for 8 years as a child. I had to be rescued.
I'm
My mother and I
sorry.
both were held
That's
captive. Yeah. hmm Yeah, I'm an agoraphobe because of it.
oh
I don't leave the house.
oh yeah. I don't blame you for that. I'm sorry. I don't.
Oh,
I wouldn't trust people anymore. I wouldn't.
yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
was
too
just
peoply
telling
out
the
there.
story of my I was just telling the story of my friend who I think she was going to get sex trafficked, but luckily her mom
Oh,
was persistent about finding her.
that's great.
And
That's
she was
a
on a
good mom.
Greyhound bus an hour south of Salt Lake City. Like, oh, I don't even know how her mom found her on this because she was gone for 2 weeks. And then we told her, we're like, this guy you're with, we think he's one of those guys that, gets girlfriends and takes them back to Mexico and sells them. And she wouldn't listen
Yeah,
to
traffickers.
anybody.
Mhm.
She wouldn't listen to anybody. And we didn't see her for like 2 weeks I didn't see her for over a month. I went to check the mailbox one day and she was like, Rose. And I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, I've been in the psych unit for like a month. My mom stuck me in the psych unit. And because her mom caught her in Provo on a Greyhound bus heading for like
Provo, Utah.
Arizona or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I follow a lot of the cult stuff, and so I'm pretty familiar with the FLDS and the LDS stuff. So, and
Oh, you
also,
don't even.
I'm just learning that I was raised in a cult. I had no idea the Church of Christ was cult.
I
And I'm
just
just now
found
learning.
out a couple months ago. I just found out a couple months ago from this. There's these people called. They have a podcast called "We the People Utah." It's a husband and wife. They're wonderful. You have to go look at their. I had no idea this was going on in the LDS church, but about South Jordan area. I don't know if you know Utah well, but about the South Jordan area,
Not at
down
all. I do
towards
not know the
Provo
demographic
and
of it
everything. The very
or
center
geographic.
of Utah. the
Okay.
very center middle of Utah. There's
Okay.
we just found out that there's these people that are hiding inside the LDS church. They're hiding as some of the best members in church. Like you would trust them with anything because they're those good members. But
Yeah.
really, there's
scary.
this satanic cult. They sacrifice children.
Have you witnessed
They
that?
are so some of the survivors have recently come out. So they do, we the people, I pull it up. See,
Because you have to
YouTube.
remember,
You have to
sweetie,
watch these
I
videos
was
like
born in 19. Yeah, I was born in 1975, so I lived through the Satanic Panic, and I also I lived through a lot of this stuff, and this is just a rehash of stuff, honey. I wish you hadn't fallen for it, but you have no idea how ridiculous it is that people say that there's mass people that are in the name of religion under
here, I'll show
Satan,
you.
sacrificing and feeding off of babies and adrenochrome. It is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous.
Well, I'll show you
It's
a clip of it, and you
bad.
can tell me if you think.
Okay.
I can
I'll
show
give you
you
my
a clip
opinion.
of it, and you can tell me if you think it's real or not. Yeah,
I'll give
because
you an
this
opinion,
is
my
scary. If
personal
this
opinion.
is in Utah, like, because they're everywhere. Apparently, in our government, there are police, there are psychiatrists, they're like everywhere. Like,
all right,
these guys are like, it's so scary. So this guy right here, okay. So this guy right here, apparently, he's some kind of reporter or something. He's been looking into this for like a whole year. Let me put it back. Let me put it on screen. So this guy has been looking into this cult for a whole year. And some of it's gone to court. So these are court documents he's also reading from.
Okay, now that's important.
To substantiate that. That's difficult here. Victims lie. They're human. The issue is I've been on this for over a year, and I have not found a single lie, exaggeration, embellishment at all.
I guess I turned it to an interesting point.
If I did,
I wish I could see his eyes.
I would. But everything they is.
Yeah, I hate that he does wear glasses the whole time. He does.
And that is a cover up for me. But it could also just be sensitivity for the eyes. So let's go on.
So they do like, this is episode 1 of 4. They do bring on like another female. She doesn't wear glasses, but so actually, they've done 4 episodes on this now. He's on a couple of the episodes.
They're not embellishing. They're not exaggerating. They're not telling a lie. They have credibility.
So
why did David Lee Hamlin was not prosecuted?
So this is the husband and the wife.
These are questions.
They do a lot of political things. They don't like our current governor that's running and everything, and so these guys. This is just one of many things they do, but these guys are amazing. They fight for Utah. Like,
that's nice.
They care a lot about Utah and what goes on with Utah
themselves, because I think there's no question we're going to come under fire on this. All we're doing is reading documents and statements from these girls. That's all we're doing.
It doesn't matter. It's like Scientology.
This is not. We're not on trial here.
Scientology's another story that's interesting.
Girl,
Scientology's interesting.
I love cults. We need to talk cults. We need to talk cults.
Yeah, because
that's what we need to do.
The problem with like the whole
all the cults, the Moonies, all the way up.
with
I mean, I think you and I should do
Scientology,
that.
they don't allow you to go to the cops or anything. I forgot what they call it, but they don't allow you to, they handle everything inside. They're very,
And
very
I
closed
know
off
a lot.
Scientology.
I know a lot about Scientology. I know a lot. But you know, I'm Gen X, so I grew up around the L. Ron Hubbard stuff when it was Dianetics and it was on TV and you could order it. The book Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, I'm from that, baby. I'm almost 50. So yeah, oh girl, I know my Scientology, and I can go all the way back to Jim Jones. Okay, I
Oh,
know
yeah, we gotta
deep
do
cult
cults.
stuff.
I love talking about cults. Everything like, because yeah, I'm 40. I just turned 43, and so I've been around
Mhm.
for a very long time too.
Awesome,
And
awesome. So see, we make a good team on this, and nobody's
yeah,
covering
because
cults
I've watched these
like
cults
this.
over the years.
Uh-huh. I think you and I could do
Well,
good
yeah,
because
like I said,
nobody's really
Gypsy's
doing it.
dying. We need
Yeah,
Gypsy's dying. We need
yeah.
to move on from her. She's her story's dead. We need to,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. We need to get on do cults and stuff.
Okay, you and I are
Oh,
on Discord. Let's start
Toddy
talking.
does cults. Yeah.
Let's start talking this. We're gonna do this, okay, girl?
We'll turn this to the beginning. So apparently there's this cult, this
Let's
satanic
go.
cult hiding inside the
Okay.
LDS church, and it's
Okay.
scary. You know,
Educate me.
I
Educate
don't
me.
know if it'll be very triggering to you if we get
No,
to
it
the
won't.
part of
Mm-mm.
what they do to the children. What they do to
Sweetie,
the children
I have something
is
called
horrible.
aphantasia. I have something called aphantasia. I can't picture things in my
Okay.
mind. So
Oh,
that
good,
is a
because you
blessing.
don't want to. You
Yeah.
don't
No,
want to
it's a
picture what they
blessing.
do to these children. It's
No, and
what they
I
describe as
can't
done.
remember, like, I can't visualize what happened to me when I was trafficked. So it was a blessing. It's something that my brain did. So yeah, I don't
See, look
see
at these
things
people.
in
These
my head.
people look like these people look like regular. Like if you go
The
to church
family.
with these people,
I know
look
the
how
family.
beautiful they.
I'm familiar. Yeah, I'm familiar with
Okay.
the family cult.
Out of Portchester, New York.
Can you pull your microphone closer?
Yeah, these guys are.
Make sure that
This
you're-
guy
and-
is a psychologist that you send your kids to here in
Kind of like the
Utah.
Frankie.
He's a psychologist.
The scary Frankie
Yeah.
shit.
Well,
Oh
yeah,
my
like,
God.
well, she's no longer a counselor, the chick with Ruby Frank, the one who
evil.
did. But
Mm.
I can't believe, like, I don't trust counselors in Utah anymore. Well, because
Mm.
okay, so
Yeah.
because I had to
Well,
go
they're
do a
all in the
psych eval
church.
back in. I had to go do a psych eval back in October,
Okay.
and
That's okay.
the psychologist made me feel really comfortable, and
That's
she
great.
told me how much she understood my situation.
Mm.
And this is what pissed me off. So when I was 6 years old, was the first time an 18-year-old guy tried to do some stuff
Mhm.
with me. Okay.
Mhm. I understand.
So because she's a psychologist, if I want a proper psych eval, I have to tell her everything. I have to open up to her about everything. Okay.
That's
So
why
she
I don't do
knows.
it. I don't go to a therapist
Yeah,
because they want details.
Yeah, what
Nope.
I got upset is so
My
she
husband don't
knows
even
that
know 'em.
she knows that this psych eval is going to DCFS. She knows that this psych eval is going to court. She knows that the judge is going to see it. She knows that everybody in that courtroom is going to see this psych eval. She knows exactly. I was very truthful with her why we were coming to get these psych evals.
Hey, I'm taking you with me.
I felt so betrayed because she made me feel comfortable. She said she wanted to help us get our kids back. She said we deserve to get our kids back. So we were excited when waiting for the psych evals to hit court. because we were like, she's going to help us get our kids back. No. When the psych evals hit court, she said a bunch of horrible stuff about us. And not only did she tell people that I was SA'd, she literally wrote the story out word for word. I about died when I saw that in my psych eval, because DCFS, the judge, everybody's reading this. And they're reading not only that I was SA'd, but they're reading word for word.
Exactly. And
She
that is why I
didn't
don't
just
talk to
say,
therapists.
yeah, she didn't just say Rose was SA'd at 6 years old by an 18-year-old, and she was SA'd by her brothers and blah, blah, blah. She didn't just say, okay, Rose had these issues when she was young. No, literally word for word. So I'm sitting there in court going, everybody's reading this word for word. What happened to me?
Take
and
a
I'm
deep
sitting
breath.
there staring at everybody
Hang
in
on.
court.
Yeah. Take a deep
Going,
breath. Don't cry, baby. Take a deep
yeah.
breath. Stop. Take a deep breath.
I
Three
told
deep breaths. There you go.
I told my husband, I was like, I feel violated all over again. I was like, people that don't like me are reading this story. I didn't authorize that. Can you imagine sitting in a courtroom full of people that are trying to take your kids away and they're reading the story word for word? And you're sitting there going, I didn't tell you this so you could tell everybody.
Sorry, I'm running water.
No, it's fine. But yeah, that's why, like, I don't trust psychologists or anybody anymore, because she made me feel comfortable. So I told her everything. Only for her to turn on me and tell the courts horrible things about me.
And re-victimize you.
Yeah, and re-victimize me.
Just
and I was
re-victimize you.
blown away. I was like blown away. I told my husband, I was like, and then we saw this. We saw this a few months later, or like not too long later, and we saw how corrupt Utah's getting. That we couldn't believe that this is in Utah. It's sitting in our DCFS system. It's sitting in our cops. It's sitting in our psychologists. It's sitting in our courtrooms. These people are not going to prison for the satanic sacrifices they do to children, because they are the system.
Hey, I can't see the chat, and I know that you don't look at it very often. If W is still in there, W Balthazar,
make sure
give
the chat.
I don't know, but give W Balthazar a wrench so she can take care of any trolls that come in, because I can't see chat. And I like her. I like her a lot.
No, I like
her
too. Yeah.
Yeah. I trust her 100. And she deserves a wrench.
Yeah. A lot of you guys that came over from Morbid's channel. I can't believe, like, I thought when I stood out about
I think
Morbid
it's funny
and stuff,
that they're all calling him Murbit.
I thought I was going to lose people.
Murbit.
Murbit?
Murbit. In the chat they're calling him Murbit. And I think it's irritating him, and I think it's funny. Murbit, as in Kermit, sort of, with a B.
And weird.
And every time they say it, it kind of irritates me, and you can tell, and I'm giggling. I'm sorry.
I thought first before I came out about Morbid, I came out about Nina.
I don't know anything about her. I don't know her.
Yeah, when people came to my stream and said I don't like, they said I don't like Nina either. And then when things came out about Morbid, I was like open about it, and then everybody just came to me and they said I don't like Morbid either or something, and I was surprised at how many people found me.
It's a trap. It's a trap too. Oh yeah, it's a trap, because then you get stuck in the chat, with one of his followers, and then it spreads back to him, and it spreads back to everybody that's always on his panel, and
Well,
then you get outed, baby.
Well, I know
And
there's some people in the chat like Jeff and stuff that they don't like that I don't like Morbid and stuff. I mean, I don't hate Morbid. I don't hate Morbid. I don't agree with how he runs his stream. He runs his stream how he wants to run his stream, fine, whatever, it's his stream. I don't agree with how he runs it.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm
Like
going to
he
get
says,
with
he's like,
you
I
in
don't,
Discord.
he's
Baby,
like,
I
I
need
don't
to get with
control
you in
my
Discord.
chat. Because he's like, I don't control my chat. And it's like,
It's
well,
not his
then
baby. Baby, the problem with him is not his chat. And I'm going to prove it to you later.
Okay. Later,
I'm going to
yeah.
prove it to you. Okay. In Discord.
Well,
I will prove
and
it to you.
the way you've been treated. Well, I was surprised. I watched Granny's watching, and I saw you step off a panel because people were making fun of you, and I was like, why? Even in Granny's watching, I was
It
like,
was Morbid.
I
She took
felt
up for
so
Morbid.
bad when you were only up on panel for a couple minutes. And people just immediately attacked you the second you got up on panel.
No. I apologize. No, it was everybody in chat went after me because of Morbid, and she kept Granny was apologizing for the chat treating me that way, and I said, you know what? It's okay. I'll leave, and I never went back to her channel.
Because Granny said you
So,
didn't have to
no big
step
deal.
down, but I understood why you stepped down because
oh yeah, I don't want to be somewhere I'm not wanted. You
well,
know?
that's how I feel when I'm on my platform. I don't care if you come in and diss on me. Get out of my chat. I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. But if I'm on somebody like Morbid's panel and his chat is dissing on me and the people on panel are dissing on me, yeah, you don't want to. Why am I here? You're like, why am I on your panel when you know people don't? It's your panel. It's not mine. My panel, I can just tell people to get the hell off because it's my panel.
Starlight doesn't care for me either, but I have my own reason for that, and I'm going to keep it to myself because I'm allowed that. This is a free country.
Well, yeah, it is. Like I said, I don't hate Morbid, but I don't agree
you won't catch
with
me over there.
He is. I
you
do
will not
believe
catch
he
me
is.
over there.
I do believe he is a groomer, though. I do agree with the groomer aspect because I'm not
going to make any.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make any comment.
No,
because
don't worry.
Know.
Yeah, don't.
I do not know. No, we're going to talk about cults. We're not going to talk about Morbid.
Yeah. Anyways,
there's
this cult that's hiding in the LDS church that scares the out of me because it's just these guys are just nasty, and gosh, they live here in my state. They live here in my state.
What the Hamlin girls tell a story of, their narrative is the abuse began right after they were born, and we're going to get into that.
See, this is so disgusting. It starts from birth. This starts from birth.
The sexual abuse or the grooming?
Yes, the sexual abuse. It starts all of it. It starts from birth. They start sexually abusing from birth. Everything.
Okay, move on.
This is disgusting.
I don't want to. I don't want to interrupt.
Rachel and Eliza Hamlin. These are the two eldest Hamlin daughters, and they filled out victims' statements 1, 2, and 4 with the Provo Police Department in the criminal case against their father, David Lee Hamlin, from 2012 to 2014. He was ultimately charged with 18 separate counts of abuse. Their allegations had previously been determined to be truthful by the court in David Lee Hamlin's divorce. Specifically, the court found that David Lee Hamlin had sexually abused Rachel and Eliza Hamlin. I have that document with me. I obtained from a source. So what we're going to be reading from now is a direct source document. It's the finding of fact, conclusions of law, and order regarding custody, parent time, and related matter in the Hamlin divorce. So what the court found beginning was that prior to the beginning of trial, Rachel and Eliza had each reached the age of majority. As of the date of the trial, Rachel was age 22 years of age, and as of June 1st, 2002, had married. Rachel voluntarily testified at the trial. As of the date of the trial, Eliza was 19 years of age. Eliza voluntarily testified at the trial. As of the date of the trial, Katie was age 16. She did not testify at the trial. Miriam was age 8. She did not testify at the trial. Petitioner seriously and over a long period of time sexually.
So I don't know when he's going to explain this, but what happened is this guy's a psychologist. He upset the cult. So the only reason why he's in court is the cult decided you're going to divorce your wife, you're going to court, and they controlled what he got charged with, because this guy should be in prison for life for what he did. But the cult is influencing the judge and everybody, so they're controlling exactly what happens in court. Like, this cult is controlling every aspect of what's going on. And so when these victims came and made statements, the cult also told them, here's what you can talk about. You can only talk about this to get your father in trouble, but you can't talk about all of this part of the abuse. You can only talk about this, and he'll explain it all later. Like, the cult is in charge of everything that's going on right now. And he only hit divorce court. He didn't hit criminal court for what he did. Just divorce court, because that's all the cult wanted him to do, was go through divorce court, not criminal court.
Abused Rachel, which sexual abuse was established by evidence that was clear and convincing. Petitioner seriously and over a long period of time sexually abused Eliza, which sexual abuse was established by evidence that was clear and convincing. Among the evidence which the court finds to be clear and convincing with regard to the sexual abuse by the petitioner of Rachel and Eliza is the following. Rachel and Eliza are substantially different personalities who demonstrated different emotions and affect as they testified in open court regarding their memories of sexual abuse committed by their father. Rachel and Eliza never discussed the account of sexual abuse by their father with each other, and each testified completely independent of the other. Rachel and Eliza each gave detailed testimony with regard to sexual abuse perpetrated upon them by their father, which testimony was not only consistent with the testimony given by the other, but also consistent with the other statements which they had made outside of the court regarding this subject. The evidence presented did not persuade the court that either Rachel or Eliza had collaborated or conspired with the respondent, in this case, their mother, Roselle Hamlin, to create a story about sexual abuse to aid respondent in her divorce case. Neither Rachel nor Eliza had the personality or the type of relationship with the respondent which would allow the respondent to dominate them or to succumb to her influence to the point where they would fabricate allegations of sexual abuse against the petitioner. It is understandable to the court that Rachel and or Eliza were angry with their father, but there is no credible evidence before the court which would lead the court to conclude that because of their anger, they would fabricate their allegations of abuse. The disclosure by Rachel.
It's kind of weird if the girls were adults at this time, though. Why do they need to be part of the divorce? Because it's not like there's parent time with your adult children. If your adult children want to see you, they can see you. Like, this is the confusing part to me.
I don't understand. Since I'm not a part of it, this is the confusing part for me too.
Because you have if they were
LDS,
under 18,
then you have FLDS, and they have two totally different,
Well, no, this is
ways of doing things.
There's three different. There's the LDS Church, which is the main church.
Yeah, you're
Utah. And then most people know about the FLDS, which is called the Fundamentalist.
Fundamental. Mm-hmm.
And then there's also the RLDS, which is called the Reorgs. So what happened was...
So they reorganized, they broke off and reorganized.
What happened was Joseph Smith established the LDS Church, okay?
The
And
man
he
who looked in the hat.
Huh? What?
The man who looked in the hat.
Looked in the hat? Okay.
Yeah, Joseph Smith. He looked in a hat, and God told him that there were golden tablets in there that told him what the LDS Church was supposed to be.
I think you're talking about the Urim and Thummim. Is
No,
how he translated the Book of Mormon. People say
yeah.
He looked into a hat, and that's how he translated it.
Yeah.
You're talking about what's called the Urim and Thummim.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
It's a hat.
It's kind of like the Thetans in the volcanoes in Xenu in Scientology.
Yeah, if you don't like the LDS Church, you're gonna call it a hat or something. If you're LDS, you're gonna call it a Urim and Thummim because that's what he used. There's stones.
Okay.
There's stones.
Yeah,
They're
seeing stones.
They're seeing stones, and they helped him translate the golden plates. Okay, so what happened is Joseph Smith established the LDS Church, and when he passed away, people started murmuring and talking about how the church should go forward.
I see.
His wife, Emma, believed that the next prophet should be his son and that the prophets should follow bloodline. And Emma hated plural marriage. She hated that Joseph Smith had done polygamy. That's what it's called. I was trying to look.
Polygamy, yes. Yes, polygamy.
She hated polygamy. She didn't want polygamy. She hated that her husband did it. And there were other people in the LDS Church who believed that the next prophet, the senior apostle. So there's Joseph. You have technically 15 guys that are head of the church. You have the prophet, and then you have his two side guys, and then you have the 12 apostles. Okay.
I was going to ask if there were 12 apostles right then.
Yeah. So there's 12 apostles, and then you have.
But then you get 15 total.
Guys. Yeah, there's 15 total because you have the prophet, the two side guys, and the 12 apostles. And then you have the quorum of the 70.
You're explaining this very well.
Yeah. So then below the 12, you have the quorum of the 70, okay? And then below the quorum of the 70 is the regular church. So you have your stake, and then you have your stake presidents and your stakes, and then under the stakes you have a certain amount of wards. So every neighborhood has a ward. You go to your ward house, and there's like 12 wards per stake, I think, around like 12-ish wards per stake. So because twice a year there's general conference, and about 2 or 3 weeks before general conference, you have what's called a stake meeting, where so every Sunday you go to your ward and you go to church with your ward. Twice a year, you have what's called stake conference, where you go with your stake, your whole stake. So all 12 wards get together and do one Sunday meeting. And then you have stake activities during the year too, like stake dances and stake dinners and so there's this huge organization to the church. So you have your wards, then your stakes, then your quorum of the 70, your 12 apostles, and then the 3 guys at the top. Okay. So when the prophet died, so in the Catholic Church, when the Pope dies, they all get together and they vote for the next.
Yes. For the next pope, correct?
But the LDS Church is where people get confused. They do what's called a sustaining vote, which is different than a vote. So when the prophet dies, so when the prophet dies, you're down to 14 guys, right?
Yes,
So
obviously.
what they do to build the 15 back up is they pull from the quorum of the 70. They'll pick one guy. So whenever either the prophet dies
Where
or an
did the
apostle
70 come
dies,
from? Where did the 70 come from?
you get called to become a 70. Sometimes a bishop gets called, the stake president. Sometimes just righteous guys get called up to the 70. And once you become
interesting,
the court, when you get into the quorum of the 70, I mean, it depends. I think the apostles and stuff, they pray, and if your name gets called, they pull you up from the 70, and you become an apostle. So it doesn't matter
just draw
whether
your name from a hat. They basically draw your name from a hat.
I know. I'm gonna have to ask my husband exactly how this
That'd
works.
be great.
I don't
That
know
would be
how
great.
exactly it works.
Maybe we could get him on. Maybe he'd
Hold on.
trust the two of us. You know.
Let me
I
see
would
if you come
love.
on for 2 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah, that'd be great. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. You want your family? No? You're being naughty. Naughty. Say hello. Say, I'm naughty. Say, hello, Internet. I'm naughty Sherlock. Dance, Sherlock, dance. Dance, Sherlock, dance. Be crabby. Be crabby. Huh. Okay. We're waiting on Rose.
Yeah, my husband doesn't like to come on stream. Okay, so basically, yeah, if you're righteous in church, it doesn't matter if you're a bishop, a stake president, or anything. You don't have to be. So you can get called up to the 70. And then whenever a prophet dies or an apostle dies, so if one of the 15 dies, it goes by seniority. So
seniority. Okay.
Yeah, so everything goes by seniority. So when the prophet dies, this what's called the senior apostle is who becomes the prophet next. So whenever you get called up from this, so when you get called up from the 70 to become prophet, 14 guys have to die.
Whoa.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Wow. Okay, yes, I get it.
You don't become prophet. You're like 14th in line. You're 15th in line, okay? So once you get called up to be an apostle, 14 guys have to die before you become prophet. Okay?
Wow. That's
so you know that maybe someday you might become prophet if 14 guys die. So when Joseph Smith died, people believe that Brigham Young should be the next prophet because he was the senior apostle. It should be seniority.
I'm aware of Brigham Young. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
And so I guess one day in church, Brigham Young was talking, and all of a sudden Joseph Smith's voice and look came out of him, and people are like, "This is a sign. It's the senior apostle." And so they made Brigham Young the next prophet. And so the seniority was set up in the church that you are the prophet by seniority. There's no question who the next prophet is. Because like right now, I think it's Maxwell is the prophet, or is it Nelson? Nelson's the prophet, and Oakley is going to be Nelson's on his deathbed right now, and Oakley's next because he's the senior apostle. We know who so what happens is, so say when Nelson dies, the remaining 14 go into the temple and they pray and they do what's called a sustaining vote. It's not a vote like the Catholic Church where they're like, yeah, I think Oakley should be it. No, what they do is it's called a sustaining vote. You do it in
Can you
church
define that?
So like in church, like when they say we call so and so to be the Relief Society president, everybody show your support by the raise of the right hand, and you raise your right hand like this to the square.
Okay.
And you
Got it.
say that's a sustaining vote. And they say
Okay, I'm a
anybody
visual
opposed,
person.
and then they say anybody opposed do it by the same sign. So if you know this Relief Society president, say she's cheating on her husband, in church you would raise your right hand, and if the bishop sees you raise your right hand in opposing, because they say if anybody opposes, do it by the same sign. And if you raise your right hand and the bishop sees that, the bishop will be like, okay. And he'll later on pull you aside and be like, okay, I saw you say no to the vote. Why?
Oh, I
and
see.
So they don't
It's so political.
So they don't straight. So like, yeah, if you know like somebody's cheating on their husband or something, or they're sinning,
Boy,
and then
you
they
got
get
the
called.
dirt.
Yeah, if you know some dirt and they get called to, so every Sunday when
Then
somebody
you get
gets
more
called to a
power.
calling, when somebody gets called to a calling, you do what's called a
You in
sustaining
trouble.
vote. So the apostles go in the temple and they say, Oakley's the next prophet. Show your support by the raise of the right hand. Any opposed, same sign. If somebody knows something about Oakley that's bad or whatever, they'll be like, oh hey Chewies, how's it going? And so then but so it's called a sustaining vote. It's not a vote per se. It's just saying, okay, we sustain him as our prophet. And they'll do that, and basically it's just saying, yeah, we support him. He's the senior apostle. He's next. We support him. Unless you know something bad on him.
I have an idea. Since we're just getting started on this, why don't you change your title? Let's talk about cults.
Yeah, we could do that.
And that will bring some new stuff in. Let's talk about cults. Because the Scientology thing is huge right now. And that'll draw a few people in. It'll draw a few people in for you, baby. Okay? I'm trying to help you here.
Okay, let me do some hashtags for cults and religions too.
Get it. Oh, yeah. All of them.
Cult.
Church of Christ. Put that one on there. COC.
Okay.
Church of Christ.
We could talk about Nexium. That one's crazy.
Oh, that one's evil. Girl, that is so bad. That man was, he's evil.
Let me finish explaining this. Take just a couple more minutes. So what happened was when Joseph Smith died, Emma Smith, for some reason, his wife, which is kind of disappointing, wanted to leave the church because she was done with polygamy. Okay. And so they did what's called the reorganized church they're the RLDS, the reorgs. We call them the reorgs.
Okay, they don't believe in polygamy.
So what they did is they made Joseph Smith's son, because they believed in bloodline, should be the next prophet. They made his son the next prophet, and they got rid of polygamy and other stuff they didn't like, and they moved on. And the fundamentalists were like, well, the fundies hadn't broke off yet. The fundies broke off later when Brigham Young, because Utah wanted to become a state. Utah wanted to become a state, and we kept applying to become a state. And the government said, as long as you guys practice polygamy, we won't allow you to become a state. So when Brigham Young finally called off polygamy because it was more important that Utah become a state and everything, and God had the polygamy happened for a reason, because there was like a plethora of women in the church, and there were hardly any men. And there was women that were unmarried, couldn't have children, and we couldn't build the church. And so polygamy was called because one man can marry like 5 women, have children, build the church.
And young girls. And that,
well, it was sad that they did it to young girls, but remember, this is back in the 1800s when people did get married off at 14.
Yeah,
remember
at that time.
Romeo and Juliet were 14.
Right.
Yeah, so
yeah, you're correct.
Now,
I was
now
thinking about the
today
years.
is bad. Yeah, it was. This was way back in the early 1800s.
I like I'm saying, educate me, because I really don't know a lot about,
But
about
basically,
that, so.
We had made it to Salt Lake City. We had built the church. We were away from Missouri, where it was up until 1975. It was legal on the books to kill a Mormon. Like
That's the year I was born.
Yeah, in 1975, they finally cut that law off. If you lived in Missouri, you could legally.
That's a human. It doesn't matter what they're practicing. That's horrible. Oh, wow.
They didn't like the Mormon church that much in Missouri. Like the Mormon church was.
But death? Come on.
So that's why they had to. That's why they had to come to Salt Lake City.
Killing in the name of.
That's why Utah, because when they came to Salt Lake City, Utah was outside of the United States at that point. We weren't part of the United States. And so the United States couldn't touch the Mormons at that time. But then they did buy this land from Mexico. And Utah eventually did want to become part of the United States. And they said, look, you guys are practicing polygamy. That's against the law. We can't accept a state that is breaking the laws. So we had to. So when we stopped polygamy, the fundamentalists are like, there are people like, we want polygamy. So they broke off as the fundamentalists, because they're like, whoa, we want to continue this. We want the multiple spouses. They didn't see that polygamy was used for a certain amount of time for a certain reason. And then it was called off when we had built our church. We had built it. There wasn't no need for it anymore. There was plenty of men for women now. And
so what's the thing with so the guy that runs the FLDS, I think his son has taken over, but but apparently he still calls all the shots from prison.
Yeah, he does.
Is that true?
Yeah, people still listen to him. Yeah, so a lot of southern Utah is polygamy.
I'm Midwest, baby. I'm indigenous. Yeah. I'm in Oklahoma. I live in an indigenous state. Yeah, I'm in the Bible Belt, baby, the buckle.
Oh yeah, the Bible Belt. Yeah, the Bible Belt
I'm in the buckle of the Bible Belt.
The Bible thumpers.
I mean, the Trail of Tears ended here in my state, baby. It was bad.
Oh wow.
No, not nice.
I mean, not nice. I mean, what I was saying is nice about it is it's kind of neat to be in like a historical area like that.
That I agree with. I agree
when I hear about the Trail of Tears, I don't think, oh, this is great. I think it's cool
that's incredible. What
to
an
be
incredible
in that
story behind that state. Yes.
It's like there's probably you guys probably got monuments and you guys probably got monuments and I love
Oklahoma
historical
City,
sites.
We actually have a beautiful chief that's made out of copper, and he sits atop of the Oklahoma City what do you call it, I'm not getting very much oxygen to my brain right now. I can't think. Capitol,
like
the Capitol. The Capitol
building. Like I would love to go. I would love to go.
It's beautiful.
Towards Washington D.C. and everything, and I would love to see like the founding father stuff. And I love history.
I love old politics. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
historical politics. I don't like the
So
stuff going
yeah,
on now.
sorry
I
when
like
I
the
hear.
historical stuff.
Yeah, I don't really mean it when I hear Trail of Tears. I'm like, cool. It's like, or when my mind goes to what
No,
kind
I
of
didn't.
monuments are there? I'm like, what kind of
I didn't
monuments
take
are
it.
there? What
Yeah,
kind
I
of like?
didn't take it that way, and I won't let anybody else let you take it that way.
I
I'm not
appreciate
gonna
that
let.
because
I'm
I just
mean.
immediately
I'm
think of
mean.
it. I immediately
Nope.
think of the
Nope.
historical
She didn't.
aspect of it.
Yes, she didn't mean it like that. Clip her all you want. We don't care.
By the
All I
way,
have to say is RDA.
my dad does have
RDA.
my dad does have his American Indian number. I can get mine.
Okay, then,
But
girl.
But
See?
my kids, but the reason why I don't get my Indian number is because the bloodline is so thin it ends with me that my kids can't get it. And so I
Are you
don't
a
see any
32nd?
point. Yeah, I'm a 32nd. My dad's a 16th.
Okay, that's the lowest. Yeah.
And so basically, yeah, the bloodline ends with me. Like once you're past that 132, you're done. And
Yeah,
so
32nd is it.
yeah, my dad can get his. I can get mine,
cool.
but yeah, it ends with my kids.
If
like
you
my kids
if you
can't.
know your roll number, if you know the roll number, and actually,
Because my dad gets
the
like, well,
roll
my dad's
the
passed
roll
away
book,
now, but
the
my
roll
dad
books
was.
are in my library in my city. The roll books are actually in my city, in my library.
I
in
think
Ardmore.
my dad's family has land in Montana because my dad gets like, well, when he was alive, he got like $3, $4, $5 a check, like for $5 a month for their piece of the land.
Oh, I'm not. I myself am not indigenous. I was adopted, and I'm Norwegian. I'm a pure white girl.
Yeah, no, my dad is mostly like from his bloodline comes from the UK. He is English. But so part of my dad's family has only been here for 3 generations because you know you have your mom's side and your dad's side. My dad's side has only been here for a couple generations. But his mom's side are Mormon pioneers. So they come from long time ago. So
wow,
Salt Lake Salt Lake City is a big deal to my dad because his relatives helped build the Salt Lake Temple. He is heavily rooted
cool.
in Mormon
I
history.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. I respect that.
Yeah,
I respect that
so
because I respect anyone's religion. I don't.
yeah,
I
I try
they
not
hurt
to.
other people and they're evil, you know, or they hurt children.
I try not to say my religion too much because if I say my religion, the second
understand.
you tell people that you're LDS, they think that you're judgmental. They think that you're this.
I don't
You
think
know,
so.
they immediately turn on you, and I really don't. No, it's
I don't
that's
judge
the
you.
Utah Mormons. That's the Utah Mormons, guys. There's Utah Mormons, and my husband's family comes from them. And this is why I can't get along with my husband's family, is because they're Utah Mormons and they judge you and they put religion first before love. Like it depends on how obedient you are, how much they love you.
Right. Oh, hang on.
Yeah,
Hang
no,
on, sorry.
like
I gotta readjust.
My dad did the 23andMe, and we found out he's not very much Indian. Well, because what happened is my dad's grandma, who was the first
I was adopted and did not know my adoptive parents. I mean, my bio parents. My adoptive parents didn't know anything, so they just knew I was a little white girl. They looked at me and said, "Oh, she's white." So then my daughter, just a couple of years ago, she wanted to find out what we were, and so she did the 23andMe and found out we're Norwegian. I'm pure.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
You're like, yes.
I'm pure.
Yeah,
And I found 8 siblings that my mama birthed and gave up for adoption.
Oh
8.
wow.
My bio.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wow, 8 is a
I
lot.
dodged a
Oh.
bullet. I dodged a bullet. I was because I got adopted into a government family, Halliburton girl. Yeah, and she was trailer trash, in the worst of senses. I understand people have to live in trailers. I've lived in a trailer.
Yeah.
I've been white trash. Okay,
You're
I
like,
admit it.
I've been that
I
way.
have been
You
white
know,
trash, girl. I will white trash when I'm mad. I go
growing
white
up,
trash when I'm mad.
growing up, my brothers always had a vehicle in the driveway that was broke
Clip
down
that,
that they
y'all.
were working on. And I know what it looks like to come from white trash in a way, because people always got down on my family because we were you want to hear something stupid and funny? My parents were painting their house, and my brother went on the roof of the house and in big letters put our last name on the roof. Like, we were white trash. We always had a vehicle in the driveway that my brothers were working on. Our last name was painted on the roof. You could tell our house because I had our last name on it.
You might be white trash if you've ever mowed your lawn and found a car.
Yeah. We didn't have a front yard really to mow, though. We didn't really.
We did.
But
we
yeah.
found a whole truck.
You're like, oh my
Not a car,
God. You're
a
like,
truck.
no way.
Truck. We forgot that. I thought we hauled that off like 3 years ago.
Yeah. My brother's friend was white trash because you're white trash
This is
when
an
you
ag
can't.
state, and we live out in the country. We were living in the country. You know, we're an agriculture state.
You're white trash when you can't find your vacuum.
Oh no, my vacuum is right there, right behind me.
No, their house. I don't even know why they're trying to find their vacuum if their house was that dirty. It's like, first clean your house and then you'll find the vacuum.
Exactly.
Like, why are you
Clean your
looking
house,
for
you find the vacuum.
It's like, why are you looking for the vacuum before you clean the house? Clean the house and then look for the vacuum. It's like, you're weird. Girl, I don't know if you can see this now,
Did
but
you
I
give
need
Debbie
to.
a
Okay.
wrench?
Yes, I did. Debbie's got a wrench.
Good, because we need 1 or 2 people in there to keep the trolls away. Okay, baby? Because that's what I want to keep away
Be
from
like,
you right
we're
now.
gonna get into cults and the trolls are going
Yes,
to
we
come.
are.
But I respect
Yes.
everybody's religion. So as we talk about your religion, I'll respect it too at the same time.
Yes.
Because I know that there's
Yes,
good
we
and bad
will.
in the religion.
We
Because
want to learn.
like
We want
I
to
know,
learn.
yeah, I'm LDS, but I do understand that there are bad people in the LDS church that make us look bad. And there are things that have been practiced in the church that make us look bad. Because a lot of people, yeah, they look down on the polygamy. But if you understood why it was done,
Oh, there.
you know,
Hang on. Where is it? There. No, there. Norse pagan. I'm a Norse pagan.
Ah, nice.
Yes, Norse
pagan.
Yes, witchcraft.
Yes,
Norse witchcraft. Viking witchcraft.
You dance in the full moon. I was just kidding. Naked.
Girl, yes, I dance. Yes, ma'am. Dance naked around a fire under the full moon. Hey, just ask Bullhorn Betty why she got arrested.
I just found out about Bullhorn Betty the
All
other day. Like, yeah.
I worked on that spell for 3 days.
Oh,
3 days
to
get her
arrested.
Openly, I told everybody she got arrested. Yes, the Bullhorn Betty got arrested.
You're like, boom, that was my spell.
I did it. I got her. I was happy.
Interesting.
I told her.
You're like,
told
don't
Savage.
cross me. I will get you. I will get
I
you.
told everybody I'm the ship witch over for Savage. I am the ship witch, and they know it. And they're like, "Oh shit!" Savage is like, "Well, we know for sure now."
So
I love my Savage Live Media.
Apparently,
be sure and drop Savage Live Media in the.
I gotta watch Morbid Stream from last night because I went to go check on Morbid Stream. to see what was going on because I don't really watch him much anymore.
I don't
And
watch him at all.
they were looking at somebody's TikTok page, and I heard Starlight say, Talk with Rose. She did a video on Talk with Rose, and I was like, what? Who did a video on me? What? Somebody did a video on me? It's that.
Don't worry about it. You know what? Don't worry about it. Let it go.
Like, I couldn't find it, but I was
Elsa,
just
let
like,
it go.
whatever. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Elsa, let it go. It does not matter. We are too old for TikTok, baby.
Yeah.
We are too old for TikTok.
Like, TikTok is for
no TikTok.
young
No TikTok.
people
We're too
that
old.
it's
And
just a bunch of
Boomer
young
Tube,
people.
or Boomer Book. Facebook's for boomers. This is for us.
The reason why I don't do Facebook anymore is because
tell me. I can take all the boomers.
I don't like the Twilight books. I don't like Twilight.
I didn't like it. I didn't like them either. They were stupid.
And I
didn't
don't
like the
get,
movies. I've never
I
seen any
I
of
don't.
it.
And coming from an LDS standpoint, I don't get why anybody. I don't get why anybody that's LDS like it. I don't.
No,
I don't.
It wasn't you. Wait a minute. It wasn't you. I saw something about that. It was somebody else that covered it. I do not remember who it was. I'm not going to say any names or do much detail about what I heard because I don't remember where I saw it. But exactly what you're talking about, that somebody who was FLDS or LDS actually wrote Twilight. Is that true?
No, Stephanie Meyer is LDS, regular LDS,
okay.
Mormon.
Okay. And she wrote it, correct?
She wrote the books because she liked, what's that one on HBO again? The vampire one on HBO.
Oh gosh.
With the blonde that stars the blonde chick.
True Blood?
True Blood,
True
yes.
Blood. I don't know. I don't watch those. I'm a
She
Dexter
liked
girl.
True Blood.
And
but the
Supernatural.
problem, yeah, I love Dexter and Supernatural. I could talk about those for days.
Those are my jam.
Yes.
Yes,
I could talk about,
girl.
you know how many times I've seen Dexter and Supernatural? I have watched Dexter and Supernatural multiple times.
Baby, I listen.
I don't like how Supernatural ended, though. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm traumatized. I was traumatized. I was traumatized, and I will not watch the end again.
I hated the way they ended it. Like,
traumatized.
I love Dean. I love my Dean. Poor Dean.
No, I'm a Cass girl. I'm all Castiel here, baby.
Castiel. They screwed him up. They screwed him up after a while when they started taking away his.
But that was good.
Like, and then giving a little bit back and taking some away his grace.
I loved
when
it.
They kept fooling with his grace and stuff.
I loved it. They wrote that so well. It was really well written. 15, and they went out with a bang. 15 years and went out on a high note. That is unheard of most of the time in TV.
No, it is.
Especially now, with that we have streaming services and not regular cable.
Have you seen that? Where they do the Taylor Swift "Shake It Off" song to Supernatural? Have you heard of Hollywood?
Have you seen the Ghostbusters? You need to watch Hollywood.
Yeah, no, I've watched Hollywood when they were doing it back in the day. Like, I can't believe they're not that popular. They've kind of given up on.
I know, but have you seen Winchester's Ghostbusters? Have you seen the newest one?
I think so. But I really love the Shake It Off one the best. Like, I think that one was the best one Hollywood ever done.
I don't know. Would we get in trouble if we played it?
I don't think so. Let me go look.
Because they share everything. They share.
I love
everything.
Hollywood. They are talented and they look
no. Hollywood says no. I forgot.
Okay.
Hollywood says do not share. I forgot.
Okay.
I forgot. It says I forgot. Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it.
They looks like
there, do not.
3 months ago they did a Doctor Who one.
Yes, they've done a bunch. They've gone all the way back to Lord of the Rings, girl.
Supernatural. I love Supernatural. The Watchmen, Suicide Squad.
Yes. Oh, the Suicide Squad. Oh,
Oh
God,
yeah,
you
the
have got
Supernatural parody too. With it looks like they have
that
Sam and
one's
Dean in
great.
that one.
Yeah, they have Sam
have
and Dean in all. They have them in all of them. They
like
have the
man, they're so
like they are amazing. I love Hollywood. I wish they would let us like share on here, you know, because we could get them so big. They're so adorable.
I don't get why people don't let you share. Like, isn't that what YouTube is about? Creators sharing videos and because Bailey Sarian, I've gotten my YouTube ding twice now because of her. And if I get one more ding, I think I lose my channel.
You lose your channel. Yes,
because
you do.
I've gotten dinged twice now for stupid Bailey Sarian. Bailey Sarian does not let you share hers at all.
Okay. That's why we need to change your content, honey, or you're going to lose your channel. And you love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't.
Okay,
well, everybody lately in the true crime community, they haven't complained too much.
Good. Good.
Like everybody that's covering Gypsy Rose has been pretty good about allowing you to share their stuff. Like everybody's been nice in like true crime. Just there's just certain popular people like Bailey Sarian who think they're so damn special and they don't let you share their crap because you're stealing it. And it's like no, we're not stealing it, we're sharing it, you idiot. Because what if there's people that haven't heard of you, Bailey, and I just brought you new people? It's called sharing. Oh, no. But yeah, it is stupid that they do that. But anyways, gosh, let's see, where's a good part of this video? This there's a part of this video like he goes through. Here's some of the people in the church that do this. Like they look like regular people. You look at them and you think, like, there's some people like
you think, how normal.
Like the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. To get into the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, you have to be like you can't just sing. Like you have to be one of the best singers in the world. Like it is really hard to become part of the Mormon Tabernacle
if they don't
Choir.
Have Dimash Kudaibergen, then they don't have the best in the world. And that is he's an 8-octave man.
When you try out for the Mormon Tabernacle Choir to get in, like you have to be really good. You can't just be, and I can't believe some of these people are in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
Oh, that was cute. Good. That was an adorable accent.
Thank you.
Say that again. Say good again.
Good. Good?
Oh, yeah, it's cute. Good.
Yeah, sometimes when I stream, I emphasize. Well, I wonder. Oh yeah, Guten Tag. Guten Tag. I wonder, like, because a lot of things that you are genetic too, and so your vocal cords. I wonder, like, how genetic they are, because some people can do certain accents, and I mean, I do have a little bit of German blood in me. Mostly have my mom's.
I believe in inherent DNA. I believe in inherent DNA.
Well, I've been upset. I'm like, why can't I do a Russian accent? If my mom is half Jew, that makes me a quarter. I'm like, I should be able to do like a Russian accent.
My oldest daughter married a Chinese Jewish guy, so my two oldest grandbabies are Chinese and Jewish, Italian, and Norse.
That's interesting.
Gorgeous. They are gorgeous, girl. I'll send you pictures in Discord.
My first husband is Italian. Was his grandpa's from Naples, so his family's only been in the U.S. for a couple generations. See, my current husband now, he's the one that people are mad at because my current husband,
he was your boss.
He comes from he was my boss. He comes from He comes from people who settled this country. He comes from people that are part of the founding fathers, the founding colonies. He comes from that. He's literally an American.
Right.
And
Hey,
so people don't
I
like
have to.
those Americans because, but people don't
I love your
understand
chair.
slavery was what happened back then in every country. I mean, that's how Africa made money, is they sold off their own people into slavery. Slavery was just what the world did at that time.
I'm too white to talk about this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But I mean,
I'm too
we're
white to talk about this.
they should be proud of
I
us that
mean-
we are the first country that went to a civil war to stop it.
Truth.
Well,
Truth.
all the other
Truth.
countries were still enslaving
We're still
people.
selling theirs.
America
Yes,
said, no, we're the land of the free. We're going to free the slaves too.
Oh, sweetie, don't think there's not still indentured servitude and slavery in this country.
See, this is why I wonder about. This is why I wonder about Gypsy Rose, and if she comes from the South, and I wonder if her family is racist.
What does it matter? What does it matter? It's her ancestors.
Well,
she doesn't have
like,
anything to do with her ancestors.
No. Currently, if she is racist, because
she's racist. I don't.
She did choose to attack Nina first. That was the first creator she did choose to attack.
What did she? Okay, without saying what was said, allude to the racist way it was said to Nina by Gypsy.
Well, there is a letter. There is a letter where she did. It's a disgusting, nasty letter.
Let's just allude to it.
It's in one of my streams. One of my first few streams I did. It's in one of my streams back in February, March, I think. When I first started covering Gypsy. Yeah, it was back in March when I first started covering Gypsy. I came across a letter that was written to Nina. Very disgusting. Things you don't call a black woman. Other creators have been canceled for doing this. Other creators have been canceled for it.
No. And
why
no,
this letter?
No.
Why this letter never got around? And why Gypsy was never why this letter was hidden? I don't know why. Why this was hidden and not discussed and put away. This letter was hidden. I forgot how I came across it. I explained it in the stream how I came across it. I read it once out loud to everybody and said, this is the only time I will read it out loud. I said, it's so disgusting. I never want to read that letter again. I said, if you want to see it, you're going to have to watch my video because I will not read it out loud again. I will not show it again. And I never have showed it again. And I have never read. I don't even know where the letter is. I lost it. It's on that stream though, because it was so disgusting.
At least
that I was like, this is the one time.
For now.
I'm like, it's technically not lost until I delete that stream. If I delete that stream, then the letter will be gone forever.
That's probably the best thing
because I don't know what Nina did. I don't know what Nina did with the.
You don't
or I
want
could just
somebody
clip
to
that
find
part
it?
of my stream.
Maybe that's the best idea
part of the
because it was a lot of work, I'm sure.
Because I can
Just
go
clip it
back
out.
and take it into YouTube Studio and just clip it out.
And and so that nobody knows exactly which stream it was in.
Yeah,
And
it's just
goes
it's
and
back
snipes it
there
off of you first.
somewhere in. It's when I first became popular with Gypsy. I was doing Gypsy videos, but I wasn't popular.
Yeah,
and then
stop there
I
before
first became
somebody else
popular.
goes in.
Yeah,
Stop there before somebody else goes in on them.
I'm like Brian can see your birdie.
gotta find
Brian's
it and
like
clip it.
birdie. Chewy says pretty birdie. That's Sherlock. You can
Oh,
see
thank
Sherlock
you.
flying
That's
around.
Sherlock. Okay,
Yep.
he's right there. Yeah, he's good boy.
Is also
He's
from my
free flight.
Brian is also from my Twitch streams. When
I don't Twitch either.
you know, YouTube is a different world. YouTube, you have to come up with the subject and then you talk about that subject. And then
Right.
Twitch is gaming. It's gaming. People don't care about a subject on Twitch.
I'm
People game.
original Nintendo
So we play stuff
girl.
like Minecraft.
Nope, I'm original Nintendo girl. Y'all would laugh at me. Y'all would just laugh at me. I can't
My
play
Nintendo's
Spyro,
in my
yo.
my Nintendo's in my room.
I can't play Spyro.
You know what? I'm a bad gamer. I'm a bad gamer. Like you can ask everybody on my Twitch stream how much I lose. I lose to everybody. Don't worry, I lose to everybody.
I don't know if you know the person on Twitch. I don't know if you've seen the person on Twitch, but they're kind of well known. They were trending today. Do you know Tinker Fack and Bell? The one-handed Twitch gamer? Or
I've heard about them. I've heard about them.
She's my best friend.
Okay, I've heard about somebody who is.
She died. Yeah,
there's a few Twitch streamer. What?
She died in a car crash, and she lost her hand, and she lost most of one of her legs, and she is a bad ass gamer on Twitch. She was trending today. She had 2,000 hits today. I was so proud of her. And that girl has one hand, y'all. One hand.
I'll have to check her out. Like, wow, I like.
I'll send you the link in Discord. She's amazing.
I've heard. I haven't really streamed on Twitch for a couple months.
If you're ever on Savage, if you're ever watching Savage, you'll see her as Tawny, T-A-H, and then the second word is K-N-E-E, as in your knee. Tawny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you ever see Tawny chatting, that's my best friend in the whole world. Online. We don't know each other in real life. She is the most amazing human. I love her, and I'm gonna bring her over here too. She's awesome. As a matter of fact, I wish I could. I think she's on. Hang on.
What's crazy? I've seen stuff about the have you seen that show? I guess there's a show on what you call it, on WB, the Superman one.
I never watched the early one, like Smallville.
Yeah, Smallville. That's one. That one, the Superman was Smallville. Yeah, it is Smallville.
Yeah,
the chick
Jensen
that plays
Ackles was on there.
Oh,
Jensen Ackles was on that.
I love Jensen Ackles. He's my favorite. I love.
And Sammy, Jared Padalecki, he was on Gilmore Girls.
Oh, I knew him from Gilmore Girls before Supernatural because I am a huge Gilmore Girls fan. That's one of the reasons why I named my. That's one of the reasons why I was okay with naming my daughter Aurora, because you can call her Rory.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, how cute.
Because in Gilmore Girls, her name is Lorelai, but she's called Rory. But that's also a nickname for Aurora.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I named my
Well,
kids.
there's the chick from Smallville. She's the second in command in Nexium. She's the one who helped Keith Raniere build it. The girl who plays Supergirl or something.
Uh-huh.
I've watched a little bit of documentaries and stuff a little bit about Nexium, and the chick from Smallville. Because NXIVM is kind of like Scientology. They like to get famous people, and then they get their famous people to recruit people.
Mhm.
And
Well,
like,
see,
I
since
guess
my
she
kids
was,
are
I
adults,
guess she was depressed or something, and they had her meet Keith Raniere, and
Mhm.
like, wow, she really fell head over heels for Keith Raniere, and like, she's the one
yeah,
who started the branding and stuff, and the one who came
yeah,
up with the branding and stuff, because it's Keith Raniere's initials and her initials together.
yes, it is. It is, and it's just if you half cock it, that's when you see it. You
Yeah,
don't
it
see it until
depends
you
on
try
how
it.
you turn it.
Yes,
You can see
yes.
Keith Raniere's initials, or you can see hers. Hers are like, is it AM or something? What's her name again?
I
What's her
don't
name?
remember.
See,
Oh, but I was going to tell you, my kids are all adults, so I can give ages and names. Just just the names that I want to give you. My eldest is 31 and a female, and her name is Drake.
Oh, interesting.
So
Drake,
clearly,
huh?
yeah. So clearly, not after the rapper. She's 31.
You're
born in
like, I didn't
1930.
do it. Allison Mack, yeah,
Not.
right there. It's AM.
Oh,
Allison
there it
Mack.
is. Yeah.
She,
Okay. The next
yeah,
one down is a son, and he's 28. Named him Draven after the
Draven.
original Crow movie. Yeah, Eric Draven
Oh,
was
the
the
one where
character.
what's his
Yes,
name got killed during
Eric Lee.
filming.
I'm sorry, Brandon Lee. Brandon Lee.
Yeah,
Yes, Brandon Eric
the
Lee. Yeah.
son of
Bruce Lee.
yeah, Bruce
Bruce
Lee.
Lee. Yes.
Bruce Lee's
Yes.
son Brandon.
Yes, and he was
Like, that's so
shot on
sad.
sight.
That's so sad.
It
That's so
happened
sad.
exactly like what happened on Rust. The set of Rust. The same thing happened. That was exactly the same thing that happened. It's what happened at Rust, on the scene of Rust. It's what happened to him. And then my youngest is 25, and her name
That's
is
how old
China with a Y.
That's
And
how old my oldest is.
that doesn't have
25.
that doesn't have anything to do with the current Chinas. But I was friends with Joni Lauer, who was the wrestler China with a Y.
Well, there's do you know China Phillips?
I'm familiar with that name, but I named her after my friend.
China Phillips is the daughter
The singer.
of, yeah, she's Wilson Phillips.
Yes.
No, Carney Wilson is the daughter of the Beach Boys, and then China Phillips is the daughter of Mamas and the Papas.
The Mamas and the Papas, that's correct.
California Dreamin', yeah.
But that's not what I named her after.
Yeah.
I met Joni Lauer, who was a female wrestler.
Phillips, yeah.
Yes,
Because
no, I'm talking about Friday Night Wrestling. The fake wrestling. I met her. I met Joni Lauer. We were friends in real life. So I named my youngest China with a Y, and she now goes by her first name Madeline, because people are always like, "Did your mama name you after Black China?" And she's like, "Can you not do math? Can you not do math? Can you not do math?" So yeah.
Yeah,
so
like
I
most
had
people
weird
don't.
names for my kids.
Most people don't know Wilson Phillips. They're
oh, I
three
do.
people.
I've seen her. I love the
two
music.
of them.
I know all
Yeah,
songs.
two of them are Brian Wilson's daughters from
Bukkake from my soda.
And then there's China Phillips, who is the mama. They're children of famous singers that got together, and like it's so sad that I love their songs and they're no longer
Mama
together.
Cass.
But
I loved Mama Cass. I loved Mama Cass.
Yeah, China Phillips
had a
is Mama
sad-
Cass's daughter.
Yeah, she had the saddest story. I loved Mama Cass. My cup matches your chair. Your pink chair. Look.
I used to have like a pink. Oh look, I have like somebody in my ward gave me this for Valentine's Day, because luckily,
this is from
it's
The Last Unicorn.
Yeah, I have a pink desk, a white desk, a pink and white chair, pink. I got
all the
everything
stuff
like
hanging
pink
from
and
this
white.
is all this stuff hanging from it is belonged to my mama, and she
Oh,
died of internal decapitation from an
what?
accidental fall. Yeah,
Oh,
in
what?
March.
Oh, that's
Internal decapitation. She broke her
so
neck
is I was gonna say, yeah,
instantly.
something ripped on the
C1,
inside
C2.
and
She broke. It was a complete sever of her between her C1 and C2.
but
Which
you couldn't
is
see it on the
instantaneous, can't
outside.
breathe.
You
Oh
couldn't
no,
see it on
no,
the yeah.
no, it was instant, can't breathe, instant, and she went 50 minutes without oxygen.
Oh
It'll be
wow.
6
I'm
months next.
sorry. Oh wow. Oh,
6 months next month.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
ouch. Oh.
that's very difficult. That was
I
that's she adopted me. It's been me and her my whole life, ever since we were held captive, all of that. And then but I've been with the same man for 32 years, and he's my best friend. And he saved us. He
that's
rescued us.
hard. That's hard to find. That's
He
good.
rescued us. How could I let go?
You've been to I've been with him 10 more years than I've been with my husband. I met my husband 22 years ago this past August. And
Cool.
it's like I think we have this amazing story how we met. It was I think we were meant to meet because what happened was
we were too.
Is I'm like I could get into this story a little bit, I guess. I tell people go ahead and dox me if you find out what past. I'll just tell you about it because I do have a juicy past, and I was like I'll just
okay.
so you
I
can
don't
see
judge, baby.
you can see how tiny of a person I am. My sister is around
I'm only
18
puffy
months.
because of my medicine.
My sister is around 18 months younger than me, and she's got like way bigger boobs, and she's got I got a bigger butt than her, but she's got bigger boobs, and well, the boobs are what matters and stuff. And my mom always
no butt. Husband bought the boobs.
my you're like my mom always gave me a hard time growing up about my boobs, and they were tiny, and my sister had big boobs. And so my mom's boss, her son got a stripper pregnant. And my mom was telling me about how the stripper made $500 in one night. And
wow.
Can you imagine making $500 in one night? My mom told me that I would. My mom told me that I would never
into letting me do feet stuff on.
Really? I tried to talk my husband into. I told my husband, please just let me show my feet.
Because
I told my husband.
I told my husband in a movie on Tubi for free.
How did we?
It's free on Tubi.
How did we both have the same idea? Because I told my husband, just let me show my feet. It's just feet. I don't care. It's just feet.
My husband's like, because
I know guys have
feet
feet fetish, but I don't care.
My boobs are on Tubi in a movie that you said was okay. What do you think men are doing to my boobs in this movie?
Know. Well, I'm lucky I
didn't.
I'm lucky that I didn't get a recording of what I did. So I got away without a recording.
I got paid well. No,
So,
I got paid. It was a job.
My mom, my mom gave me a hard time about I can't make $500 in one night because my boobs are too small. My body isn't good enough. Men wouldn't pay for my body.
Wrong.
So I went the very next week. I went and got a job as a stripper. I was 20. No, I was 20 at the time. So I couldn't get a job. I had to get a job at a full nude joint because here's the laws in Utah. If you have alcohol there, you are partially nude. But you have to be 21 to work there because if there's alcohol there, you have to be 21. So I was 20. So the only place I could get a job was at a full nude joint because they didn't do alcohol. No alcohol, full nude. Alcohol, partial nude.
That makes no sense.
Well, they do. Well, because if you're full, if you're if you're full nude and people are drunk, then they're going to try and take advantage of you.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
There's so
Thank
many
you.
rules to the full
Sometimes
nude
I
joint.
don't think
There's a lot of
I
rules
was
like
raised in a I was
yeah.
raised in a room. Okay,
Well, in
I was
Utah,
old in the room. I don't know anything.
yeah.
You know, I
No,
was
in
raised under
Utah,
a
like
rock.
there's laws in Utah and how you can run a strip joint. And so yeah,
Okay.
well you didn't when you're locked in a room, there's no laws that protect you. But in Utah, like so
And your
you can
abusers are all around
there's
you.
only like 2 times you can be full nude. One, when you're on stage, and where the stage ends, there's a 3-foot table, and the guy can sit at the end of the 3-foot table because there has to be 3 feet between the customer and the nude person. There has to be 3 feet. And the other time you can be nude is in a private room. There's a small little square stage, and then there's a 3-foot tall barrier. And there's a chair like 3-4 feet away that the guy sits in. And if you're fully nude, he can't leave the chair. But if he can pay you like $100 and you can get in a bikini and he can touch your body and he can touch everything but what's under the bikini.
Absolutely
Basic. So he can touch and kiss. He can touch and kiss your body, and he can do whatever he wants as long as it's not under the bikini. He cannot put his hands under the bikini.
But it's consensual. Is that correct?
Yeah, he pays you.
Okay.
So there's a couple different ways to make money. Either you're on stage dancing and they throw money on the stage.
Gotcha.
Or they can pay. They pay for a private show. You go into a private room.
Okay.
There's a camera where the DJ is watching, so the DJ makes sure no rules get broken. And so you're on a stage and he's in a chair, and it depends. Like you can either get nude and he can tip you, or like I said, he can pay you a certain amount of money, however much you charge, 80, 90, 100, 120, whatever you charge, to touch your body, but you have to be wearing a bikini. And he can't touch under the bikini. So he can touch your whole body, kiss your body, whatever he wants to do, as long as it's not under the bikini. So I did get a job as a stripper to try and make that $500 in one night because I wanted to prove my mom that my body was good enough. And my husband at the time, loved it. No, he loved that I was a stripper.
Oh.
He loved it.
Support. My husband supported me in my movie.
He said, as long as you're not having sex with them, I don't care.
Of course. I get it. And you're beautiful.
But I came to a point though where I just wasn't feeling like I was living the right life. I wanted religion. I wanted religion. There was a hole in my soul. And when you're LDS, the guys hold the priesthood, which we're the only church that believes that the men hold the priesthood, that the men are patriarchs.
It's a patriarchy.
Yeah, that's
no, the Church of Christ. No, baby, the Church of Christ is the same way. In the Church of Christ, I grew up in the Church of Christ. Let me explain the Church of Christ. We're not allowed. The children are not allowed to play with other children who are not members of the Church of Christ.
Oh wow!
Yes. You are not allowed to be friends with anybody who is not a member of the Church of Christ. If there are no musical instruments used in the Church of Christ, it is a sin. It's a sin.
Wow.
They speak where the Bible speaks. They're silent where the Bible is silent. That's where they come up with that. It does not say. It says raise your voices. It does not. It in their New Testament as well. They're not Old Testament. So, okay. So on with. They also believe that they're the only ones going to heaven. Period.
Oh wow. Okay.
They are the only people going to heaven. And You don't get, because you can't get into heaven unless you are baptized into their church. And that, my friends, is what makes it a cult.
Yeah. No, like the
That
LDS
is
church,
a
we
cult.
don't believe that you have to be Mormon to get into heaven. It's heaven is all about
Yeah.
repentance and
Oh no,
like
church Christ is all about money.
I talk a lot about like
Status.
the 10 commandments. Like you if you follow the 10 commandments, like God laid down the 10 commandments and stuff, and well, other laws too. Like the LDS church, we have the law of chastity and the word of wisdom, you know? So we don't drink coffee, smoke, stuff like that, because those things are addictive. We don't do anything addictive because caffeine is addictive. You got to admit, it is addictive. People get
Absolutely.
addicted to caffeine. So we
I
don't
drink
touch
a
it.
2
We
liter
don't,
of soda a day.
because the thing is what people don't understand is addiction takes away your free will, your free agency. So we don't do anything that takes our free agency.
Interesting.
Because when you are
me.
when you are addicted to a substance and it rules your life. Oh, I cannot start my day without my coffee. I am upset the rest of the day if I cannot have my coffee. You know, people
Oh no, because I could go to apple juice or grape juice. I can do without soda.
And see, that's good. That's good if you can, but there are some people.
Oh yeah, and water.
Like,
I love water.
That's how my mom got converted to the LDS church. Was she didn't know about the LDS church growing up, but she saw that my grandma was addicted to coffee and it would mess up her whole day if she didn't have her coffee. She was angry for the rest of the day over a cup of coffee. And my mom realized my mom realized at that point that, you know, alcohol was bad, coffee was bad, cigarettes were bad, this was bad. And when she met my dad, and my dad told her, oh, that's the word of wisdom, my mom was like, whoa, there's a church that believes that you shouldn't do coffee, smoking, drinking, all of that. It's called the word of wisdom. We keep our bodies healthy. It's called the word of wisdom. It's to keep you healthy. And also, yeah, because when you're addicted to something, you lose your free will because it guides you. You're subject to it. Anything you're subject to that takes away your free will is bad. You shouldn't be subject to anything. And so, yeah, where was I going with this? Cannabis?
What's your stance?
I tried to get on it, but the problem is Utah makes it really hard for you to get on it.
Yes.
Utah, they can't just make it easy on us.
Medicine.
Yeah, no, I do.
Good.
I wish I could. Well,
Good.
the only reason why I don't get on it either or try to get on it is because, well, I haven't been to whatever you call them yet. To see the pricing.
A dispensary.
A dispensary, yeah, because I hear it might be expensive though.
Okay.
I do sometimes. I do sometimes off of Amazon. I'll buy CBD products. CBD.
Yes, CBD is good. CBD is.
I do CBD gummies sometimes. I do CBD gummies, stuff like that. I'll buy CBD gummies. I love CBD gummies.
See,
they help out with the chronic pain. That's where I was going.
All the way.
So basically, I felt like I grew up in a Mormon life. I was raised LDS because my mom was converted to Mormonism while she was pregnant with my first brother and stuff. When she first married my dad, she got converted to Mormonism. And so we were raised LDS. And my first husband, his mother is ex-LDS. So she's one of those people that left the church of her own free will, but she got like mean towards it. Like she hated Mormons with a passion. And so she didn't like me because I was Mormon and she didn't want her son to marry a Mormon girl. And so she gave me a real hard for a year. I did go to church with them to their Pentecostal churches. I did try out their I just didn't feel comfortable in those churches where you speak in tongues and
roll around on the floor and
I watched
roll the demons away.
I watched my husband pass out on the floor, and I was looking at him going, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Because
I
you
was
know
like,
they're acting. You know they're acting.
I'm like, I'm
an
so
actress.
done.
I
Yeah.
know when someone's acting. I know what acting is. And they're bad actors.
So I got in a fight with the girl one day at the strip joint and got fired. And I went home crying because I got fired. And I didn't know what to do with my life. I was 21 in 2 weeks. I could go to a new strip joint in a week or two because I was going to be 21 soon. And because it was August and my birthday's in August, and I'm like, okay, I'm about 21. If I wait a minute, if you wait a minute, I go to other ones. And my husband came up to me and said, Rose, you like to talk. Why don't you go work at a call center? And I'm like, I don't want to work at a stupid call center. I don't want to go stupid call center. And I was sitting there, and I mean, I wanted to make a change in life, but I also was scared of being alone, and I didn't want to. It's really hard to get a divorce and stuff like that. It's really hard to choose to do that. And I had 2 sons at the time, and I'd gone to counseling and stuff, and he wouldn't go to counseling. He wouldn't go to marriage counseling with me and stuff. He told the marriage counselor, I know Rose has problems in our marriage. I don't want to talk about them. Because some of them were religious, and he didn't want to touch religion. He didn't want to have religion in his life. He didn't want to. His grandparents were LDS, and they were hoping that I would bring him to the church and get him baptized, and they were putting a lot of faith in me that I would. But I tried to talk to him about religion, and he said, prove to me something in the Bible. And I found a verse in the Bible. I handed him, if you know what a quad looks like, a Mormon quad. Because it has, so you have the Bible, so you have the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Book of Mormon, and Doctrine and Covenants. So 4 books in one. It's called a quad. It's about like this fat, okay? It's about this fat. A Mormon quad is a big thing. It's all the books in one. I handed him my quad and walked away. Or I don't know whose quad it was. I don't know, because I didn't have a quad. I don't know where he got that at. And I was in my dining room heading towards the kitchen. I'm over 10 feet away from my husband. Next thing I know, my quad comes flying past my head. He didn't like the Bible verse I proved to him, because he said, prove it to me in the Bible. So I opened up the Bible. And next thing I know, my Bible comes flying past my head.
But it was a Mormon Bible?
I think so. It had to have been.
Maybe that was why. Maybe that's why he was angry, because you didn't give him a Christian Bible first. Do you think?
I know, yeah, maybe, I don't know, because I didn't have a quad at the time. Maybe it had to be a Christian Bible. His mom had a lot of Christian Bibles. She had the King James Version. She had the Good Bible. She had the Living Bible. She had all the Bibles.
I was raised on the King James.
There's the Good Bible has, they change up the verses a little bit to be a little more positive. They put positive big words in there. And so it's the King James Bible, but they word it a little bit differently. They give you more sophisticated, positive words. Yeah. I forgot what the Living Bible does, but each Bible, so I'm sitting there walking. I'm over 10 feet away from my husband. Next thing I know, he's right past my head. Oh, he almost hit me with the Bible. Like all of a sudden,
My
I was like,
husband, in
when I
32 years, my husband has never raised, I'm sorry, he has never raised a hand to me, never called me a dirty name, and never disrespected me. I don't understand these men that do that.
yeah,
I don't get it. I really
I
don't.
I mean, I understand he was angry, but holy shit! When that Bible came swinging past my face, I
A
realized
quad
we were
champagne.
over. I realized we were
Yeah.
over.
Smart
It's like
girl.
when
Walk
you're
away.
when your freaking Bible comes flying past your head, you're like, we're done. We're like, this is over. And
Right.
so,
Right.
I was sitting there going, I need a new job. I need a new job. And something told me, this was on a Monday. Something told me, Rose, just call the call center. Just go to the call center. So on a Tuesday, the next day on a Tuesday, I drove down to the call center and applied. And they put me in an interview right then and there. And at the end of the interview, they said, Rose, we really like you. They said, we are putting together a team that's going to training tomorrow night, Wednesday night. And they said, Rose, we actually want you on that team. They already filled the team, but they said they'd squeeze one more in if I would start tomorrow. And I said, yeah, I'll start tomorrow, no problem. So if I had been, think about this, if I had been one day late, I wouldn't have got this job. Well, I would have got this job, but I would have been on a different team.
Okay.
Like I would have been hired on a different team to work at a different I could have started like 2 weeks later or something. So I start the very next day on Wednesday night. And we go into training for a week. And they tell us, Sprint clients might be on the floor. So, we got to dress nice. And so they said, dress nice, because clients might be on the floor and they might want to talk to you and stuff like that. So, me being LDS, I knew how to dress nice. Like, I had nice shirts and skirts and, I call them tights, but women call the tights are for girls. My husband's like, tights are for girls. What are they called for women? I always want to call them tights because I grew up calling them tights. Pantyhose. Yeah.
Pantyhose. Yeah.
So all the women, when we got in the call floor a week later, all the women would wear pants, dress pants. And so we had two supervisors at the time. Eddie came in at like 1:00, and there was we came in to work at 8:00 in the morning, and no, that was Eddie at 8:00 in the morning. Who is at the 1:00? What was his name? Kelly. Kelly was at 1:00, and Eddie was at 8:00. And there was a team of 40 of us, 40 women. And so 2 days into us being there, so we were there, we were on the call floor Thursday and Friday, and I come in Monday morning, and I'm in a nice shirt, and I'm wearing a skirt with roses on it, and my pantyhose, and church shoes. So I'm dressed like I'm going to church on Sunday. And all the other girls are dressed like pants and shirts. And they walk up to this guy, Don, who's supervising this whole other team. And they walk up to Don and they say, hey, Eddie's alone supervising 40 people. It's too much for Eddie. They said, can you come over and help supervise this team? Can you switch teams? And Don knew nothing about Sprint because he was on some kind of like, I don't know, college freaking uh loan team, some kind of college loan team that did college loans. They did calls about college loans. And we're Sprint DSL. We sell Sprint internet, not Sprint phones. We sell Sprint internet service. And so Dawn was like, sure. So Dawn knew nothing about Sprint and the internet. So he walks over and he looks down the aisle and he sees Dawn is LDS. And he sees me and he's like, wow, that girl is dressed really nice. So he like books it straight down to me. And he sits down next to me and he says, so how do you like Sprint? And I all of a sudden looked at him and he looked really nice. He was the only guy in a shirt and tie and he had really nice hair. And I thought, oh God, this is a Sprint guy. I was like, because he just walked straight up to me and says, do you like Sprint? And I was like, oh my God, why are you asking me about Sprint and what I'm selling? And so I thought he was like testing my knowledge about Sprint. And so for 2 days, I kept seeing this guy walk around the bays. And I was like asking everybody, I'm like, who's the guy in the gray coat that's been hanging around the bays for a couple of days? Because they didn't come announce it and say, hey, you guys got a new supervisor. This is Dawn, by the way. No, they just stuck this guy. They just walked up to him Monday morning and said, hey, can you go supervise this team? Okay. So somehow, like I said, I ended up on this team. And they just walk up to Dawn and they say, can you go supervise this team? And I'm the first person that Dawn wanted to meet because he liked the way I looked. That's the guy who ended up being my husband. Like,
okay.
We both magically ended up on this team. Like, we both got pulled onto this
so
team.
Cool. It's neat. So we
like
have,
I said, if I
one
applied
person watching us. So
yeah, unfortunately.
Why don't we? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so let's talk because nobody's watching.
We
Here,
can
Chris,
do
I'll
this
take a sec.
again later too.
Yes. Let's save your time. You know.
Yeah, because I'm 4 hours into my 4.5 hours into my 20. I hate
Yeah,
maybe. Well, I start my job tomorrow, so maybe I can start paying for it. Cause
let's do that, and then we can schedule.
Cause I might be able to pay for
Okay.
this now that I have my own job. Cause
I'm
I
so
had
glad you got a job, baby. Where?
Well, it's just working for this secondhand store. Like it's
That's good. That's a job.
It's kind of like the Salvation Army. It's like you know what the Salvation Army? It's I don't know if you know what Deseret Industries is.
No.
The DI. So it's basically the Salvation Army. That's like a Catholic thing or something.
Oh, okay.
So Deseret
Industries is Salvation Army.
Yeah, the Salvation Army. So in Utah and Idaho and Arizona, I know I need to. I finished my water. In Mormon states, we call it Deseret Industries. It's called the DI for short. It's basically the Salvation Army, but it's run by the Mormon Church.
Okay.
Same thing. People drop off clothes, toys, furniture, whatnot, and it gets resold.
Right.
But it's just run by the Mormon Church, and so you have to go to your bishop to get the job. And I went to my bishop a couple of months ago and said, "Look, I need a job."
Okay. Okay. All right. So here's what I think we should do. I think that we should get some rest, both of us, because you look tired. I am tired.
And then tomorrow I'll get my schedule and I'll be able to be like, okay, here's my schedule. Here's what it looks
and
like.
then you just hit me in private message on Discord, and we're gonna get our show started.
Yes, let's start doing cults and stuff. That's fun.
Are we gonna start? Are we gonna still call it Talk with Rose, or do you want to change the name?
Well, okay.
It's all up to you, baby. This is your channel.
I can change the name. I've been thinking about it lately because I'm not very good at making up names. And when
Oh,
I
I'm
had to make
good.
up a name for my channel, I was like, what the hell do I call it? But I did mean for people to come talk with me. I didn't know it was called being an advocate, but basically that's what I was doing. I was trying to gather together a community of people but it didn't work out that way because here's the thing that I complain about the whole Gypsy Rose case. People cry and they want her to be an advocate, but people like drama. If Gypsy Rose really was an advocate, nobody would show up. Nobody shows up. You know how I have, you look at my TikTok, how I have 11, 12K people? Because I did go viral for my community, for the beautiful community I run. I had, 13K people come by and say, Rose, you're doing a fabulous job. Keep it up. And then they leave me. They don't stay. Because
okay, well, we're going to get our personalities together and we're going to make this fun. What do you think about
a guy told me a
happened?
couple months ago that I should just rebrand myself and restart over again and just rebrand myself and just
let's
redo
do that
everything
together. I'll partner with you. Let's do that. And I was thinking, how about roses in the 13th hour?
Okay. Roses in the 13th hour. Yeah. What exactly is 13th hour mean?
Nobody knows what happens in the 13th hour.
Because I've been wondering that. I sit there at night and I think, why is her name 13th hour? What is the 13th hour?
Because there isn't the 13th hour.
Yeah,
it's probably
it doesn't
the hour of the
exist.
witch. Yeah,
Ah.
I suppose it's the hour of the witch.
Because I think I can just change.
No one knows what happens in the 13th hour. No one knows.
Because, we can either do one of two things. We can continue this Talk with Rose channel. See, what had happened was I was a streamer 9 years ago. And I wanted people to see some of the streams I did 9 years ago. Yeah. I had to quit for 5 years because I got in trouble with the court systems, with my husband's family. Then I was in drug court and everything. And I had life problems, so I had to quit for 5 years. And I came back 2 years ago after 5 years. And I created a Talk with I created a Talk with Rose channel. But there is a Talk with Rose channel out there that has 0 videos on it. And then this channel had my real name on it, but I changed it from my real name to Talk with Rose.
Right.
Because I'm trying to think, because there is another I do have another channel that's not being used at all, 0 videos on it. And so we can start a clean channel. I could just change that name, or we could just continue this channel. Because I need to let's see, because I'm trying. Let's see. Okay. Because how do I find it?
It's totally up to you, baby.
Because see, look, I have.
Because I don't want you to lose I don't want you to lose. The 1,200 that you have.
Oh yeah,
they would go to the other one. But they would go to the other one
because I've debated on rebranding myself. Do I leave that channel empty? Do I move to that channel? What do I do? Would people? Yeah, if you told people, would they move over to that channel? Do I keep this channel and just because it has all my videos, the times I was with my kids, 9 years ago? Okay.
Yeah, just keep it.
Just change the name.
Keep it. Don't get rid of it.
Because I do have an empty. Yeah.
Yeah,
because I can just go on Google and change my name, right? Because I think let's see, trying to think.
You can. I have no idea. I do not know how to do that.
Because I changed it from my real name
once.
Because that's how people found out. That's how everybody on my Twitch found out my real name is because. They would go to my YouTube channel and it's like, dang, it's under my real name. I don't know what to do. And it's like, holy crap. And then I figured out how to change my channel name because I was like, holy crap, you guys can
email for it too. We have to make a special email for the channel as well.
We can. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Channel. I'm trying to see. Okay. We would have to take off family, gaming. I have to take off a lot. Chat, true crime, drama. Let's put in
Mhm.
cults because
And it'll have to be 18 and up because we're going
because
to be
see, I'll
talking
show you
dark
what I'm
stuff.
doing. I'll show you what I'm doing. Because yeah,
Sorry,
I
I have
got
my
it.
husband's tab too. I got my husband's
Okay,
tab with my hands.
advanced settings. Okay, no, this the channel not made for kids. So no, this channel
Yes,
isn't made for
this
kids.
is not, no, not a
Safe.
child's channel. Period.
We're gonna have
No
to
kids.
come up with a new picture too.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Let's see. What would be neat? Something Alice in Wonderland. What do you think?
Yeah, because it's like, wait a second, it has my picture on it. I'm like, it has.
Yeah, let's do a hookah smoking caterpillar on a mushroom. Find that picture.
Okay.
Find that picture. That's what we want.
Alice
That's cool.
Wonderland caterpillar. Yeah, I wish I knew how to run AI. How do people do those AI pictures so I don't have to steal somebody's picture?
You download a free program.
Yeah.
I have one, and I'll find out tomorrow when my husband wakes up because he
Let's
works nights.
see. Which one
well,
is
actually,
the best
he's off
looking
right now.
one?
Yeah, just get a cute little picture.
Trying to look for one that looks the best that I like.
I'm not sure that Patty wants. Why didn't you tell me?
Let's see.
Girl, this is sideways. This
Wonder.
left-right thing is weird. Okay, if I look down, maybe. There we go.
Is that one too weird or?
I can't see, baby.
Oh, whoops. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Oh, I actually, let's look for a brighter color.
Okay, there's
Do we want something? Yes, that's pretty. I love the color. Oh, wait, no. Yeah.
Okay.
No. You see, go right. One more. Go up.
Up. This one?
Okay, no. Keep going. No.
Or
no, go back.
okay, go back.
Uh-huh. And the next to last one. What is that?
This one's the bunny rabbit and the caterpillar. And
I love that. I love that. That's us. That's chaos.
Okay.
That's exactly what we need. I mean, why is there a freaking, oh my gosh, for Savage, the pink flamingo? That's her watermark. Savage's watermark is a pink flamingo. That's perfect. I love it. I freaking love it. That's
right,
cute.
Right there. Done.
That's
okay.
Wait.
And then hold on. And now we also need to change the back screen too. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
For now we'll just put no cancel. Okay.
Oh, a peen screen?
Is that what you're
talking about?
There's multiple pictures to change to.
Okay, yeah, our peen screen.
Publish.
We need to come up with something really
because
really
I
neat.
have it just say stream starting soon. Fight you.
Let's see.
Okay, I think it sent me an email or something. I wanted to verify that I'm changing
And
this.
we can use White Rabbit.
It's me
as our startup music.
Yeah, I need to learn how to do like a video and everything, and
I'll talk to May.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'll see if she can help me.
Cause we need to.
May will help me.
I'm done with this. My husband's proud of me. Yeah, my husband's proud of me that I told him I'm done with this Gypsy Rose thing. I'm done with this stupid community. And
Did
watching
you tell him you made a friend?
Watching no, not yet. Watching everybody
Good.
bend to Fancy. Look at Morbid tonight. He tried to get Toddy to make up with Fancy. Like,
I didn't watch it. He is so fake right
I'm like,
now.
there we
It's
go.
gross.
I'm like, here's the real reason
He's
Toddy was asked to get
so
up here. I'm like, here's
fake.
the real reason is Morbid's trying to get Toddy to like Fancy. And then Fancy, of course,
so
shows up.
fake.
Because Fancy
Oh,
keeps showing up in everybody's streams.
she is
Uncorked
such
with
an
Brandy.
angry lady. She
Uncorked
seems
with
so angry. Why is
Uncorked
she
with
so angry?
Uncorked with Brandy made up with Fancy now. I watched their stream last night. They made up with Fancy. Uncorked with Brandy. The one that Fancy's been telling everybody, don't talk to Brandy. She tried to steal my company. She tried to ruin me. They've been
I don't
talking
like
shit
people
about each other
that
for
just
years.
bounce around, and when people do something horrible to them, they leave them and they talk shit, and then they come back, and you know who I'm talking about. Come on, people.
Well, like I said,
Girl, I have some stuff to show you, honey. Oh gosh, and it's going to tear you apart, but you need to see it. And I'm gonna expose it.
1 minute she's protecting Sarah. 1 minute saying, Sarah's sick, you guys. Leave her alone. Don't talk about her. And then the next day she's like, Sarah's faking it and Sarah's horrible. And she put me through all these problems in Chillicothe. And I had a horrible time in Chillicothe because of her. And it was like,
I don't even follow those people. That would give that I would
but
go insane.
I think the reason why Fancy did that is I don't know if Fancy watches me or not, or maybe this just got around. But I was saying because I said this on Into the Weeds podcast, when Into the Weeds told their side of the story of what happened in Chillicothe, I said, oh my gosh, Fancy cared more about revenge than her own friend and coerced her friend into filing fake charges because she was like, come on, Sarah, if you just file fake charges, this is a slam dunk. It was revenge against Mike Stanfield that she'd been wanting for years. And she used her friend. And everybody agreed with me. They said, yeah, she cared more about revenge than she did a friend. And I said, I hope Sarah goes to court and says, Fancy made me do this and proves it, and her case gets dropped. And now instead, Fancy is telling the prosecution, going, I'll help you take down Sarah. What evidence do you need? And it was right after we talked Into the Weeds about, well, we hope Sarah can sit there and say, and now all of a sudden Fancy's saying it about Sarah, going, no, I'm going to give evidence that Sarah made me do it.
I'm sorry, man. They treat you so bad. But
here we go.
We're both naive.
In the 13th hour. There we go. Publish. The channel is now called Rose in the 13th Hour.
Oh, it's supposed to be
Roses. AU channel. Oh, Roses?
Roses.
Okay.
Roses
okay, hold on.
in the 13th hour.
Okay.
We're growing roses in the 13th hour.
Okay. Let's see. Let me go back.
Because the 13th hour can only happen, in Wonderland.
I wish I hadn't have, but when we became more religious earlier this year, I threw out my tarot cards. My husband asked me to. Because I'm good at, I can read them. I know how to. I know how to, like, I have that gift. Well, I've always had a really great intuitive gift.
Did you know that they're supposed to be a gift? You're not supposed to buy them for yourself. Would you like a set? I would be more than happy to send you a set.
I technically got around that by saying it's my husband's Amazon account. I showed him the deck I wanted, and he technically bought it.
Okay.
With his money and gave. Yeah. Well, I threw the deck away. Right. It's gone. Yeah. I threw the deck
Oh,
away
you
though.
want another one? You want a Rider Waite? Do you want the original Rider Waite, or would you
well,
like something
the
surprise?
thing I liked about my pink deck was I'll show
Oh,
you the deck
pink.
I had. Well, the reason I liked one, it was pink and white, and
I love
the thing
pink
that
and
was
black.
awesome about it was you know how you have to go through the booklet and read. You're like, okay, I got the 9 of Swords. Well, the pink deck had it has it written on it on every card. It has it
that's
written on it.
beautiful.
See?
Oh,
So all
that's
I had to do
neat.
was flip the card and say, okay, that was my deck I just threw out.
Okay, how much is
My
that?
friend cried over it. He's like, I love that deck. This one is $10.
Okay,
It's
Amazon.
a cheap deck.
Okay,
but look how beautiful this
I want
deck
the link.
is.
I'm gonna need. Yeah, it is beautiful, and I'm gonna want that link so I can order that for you and send it to you as a gift.
I think if I add it to, because it's so like me and my husband were having a debate. Where does the power come from to read the cards? Is it
Well, if you believe in God, then He gave you a gift.
Because I told my husband, I said I never once felt like what I was doing was I told my husband
give gifts.
I told my husband never once did I ever feel like it was demonic,
and he was a human.
Because I never once felt like it was demonic.
Didn't God give Jesus powers?
Well, the thing is
that wasn't evil, and he was human.
Let's see.
Can you see what I'm saying?
I know if you go to my Twitch, I have a link to my Amazon. If I add it to my wish list, okay. Because I was like,
well, all you have to do is just share it with me in
in Discord. Here, let me give you the link in Discord.
Yeah, shoot the link in Discord. Yeah. I'm sorry, I look so puffy today. My prednisone, they had to up my prednisone.
Like this deck is just, it's a beautiful deck. And see, the thing is I loved it. It just spoke to me the second I saw it, and then I was like, also how it's written on the card. I didn't have to flip through the book. I just looked at the card and just you just sit there and you get a feel for what words and that it's reading the cards is like I tell people when we first do the reading, I'm going to read out words and they may not feel like they fit until we turn over all 10 cards and I start putting it like it's this you get a feel because sometimes it's not exactly the word that you have to interpret the words that the card's telling you.
Yeah, and what I say when I start reading cards is understand. The cards are for you to understand, not for me.
Yeah.
Because I know the information coming to me. The cards are just for you to understand what I'm telling you.
Yeah, what I tell people is because I give people 2 options when I read.
Because I get the information from somewhere, I don't know where. The cards are for the person that I'm reading for.
Well, what I tell people is I tell them 2 different things when I read for people. What I tell them is you can either A, tell me the problem and we'll read the cards for the problem, or B, you can just vaguely say what your problem is. I'm going to read the cards and you just tell me if I'm on the right track. But we could do a vague reading where basically I'm gonna try and get the feel for what you're trying to tell me, but you don't have to tell everybody your problem. But I'm just gonna do the because you don't have to tell me the problem as long as because the cards will tell you the problem. I'm just gonna read the cards and I'm gonna read what I
get the
feel should be.
information.
Yeah.
I get the information from somewhere else, but for the cards are for the readee, the person I'm
Yeah.
doing the reading for,
'Cause
so that they
I
can
tell
understand what I'm seeing
Yeah, 'cause
or
I
what
tell
I'm
people,
what I'm
yeah,
receiving. I
you
do
don't
not
ha
know where I pull the info from. I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, exactly, 'cause I tell people you don't have to tell me the problem. Because all I have to do is I tell
I don't want
people
any info.
I just need to concentrate on
Mhm.
your
Don't
name.
talk, just
Your
let
name.
me, yes.
Yeah,
And
when
your
I'm shuffling
energy.
the deck,
And
when
your
I'm
energy,
shuffling the
yep.
deck, yeah, just all I have to
Yep.
do is think your name while I'm shuffling the deck. I'm gonna
Yep.
think
And
about
read your
you
energy.
and your
Feel
problem,
your energy.
and it will tell me where to cut the deck.
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
energy will
Yes,
tell me where to cut the
ma'am.
deck, and I cut the deck where I'm told to, and I will spread the cards how I'm told to, and it's magic because it does it every time.
Magic
My
is real.
mom, yeah, my
We
mom
just don't
calls me all
understand
the
it.
time. She's like, "Run the cards for me, Rose." Yeah. But those
Magic
cards,
is real.
I accidentally spilled stuff on the cards anyways, and that's one reason why I allowed my husband to throw them because my kids spilled something on the cards, and a few of the cards had. I was like,
No,
some of my cards got stained.
No. You're gonna get a new set, and I'll get your address and everything, and I'll get you some new ones, babe. I'll send them to you.
Well, I loved reading the cards because I was good at it. I had the gift. I always wondered if it came because I was American Indian or where did, because I do have this well, actually, guess what?
We don't
My mom,
understand.
no. I actually know where the gift came from. I've been trying to find it again, but my mom was going
Is it
through our
registry?
genealogy. My mom was going through our genealogy on her mother's side. And there's somebody on my mother's side back in like the 1600s, I think, who was almost burned as a witch, but she escaped.
That is
I
amazing.
guess one of my relatives almost got burned as a witch, but she escaped or something.
That's incredible. That's really cool.
So there is somebody in my past
that's a fascinating story. Like,
well, I've been
really
trying to find her name again. I've been going through the genealogy. I've been trying to find her name again, but it's like, dang it. I'm like, where's her? I asked my mom, I said, where's her name? And my mom's like, I don't know, Rose. She's like, I just remember going through it and I remember seeing her name. And
was she
Irish? I was like, I don't. My grandma, I think it might. I was already thinking that in my head before you said it.
Boudica, was it? The one you call Boudicca? Was it Boudica?
Oh, what?
The Celtic warrior Boudica. She was burned as a witch.
Well, no, she got away. She escaped.
Oh, she got away.
Okay. Yeah, she got away. She
You're
almost
a descendant of the witch they couldn't burn.
No, yeah, she got away before they burned her.
Yeah,
she was one of the few.
They couldn't burn.
Yeah, she was one of the few witches that got away.
Well, actually, my people revered their seers and witches. We, in the Norse, we are revered. We are the ones that run things. The women, the seeresses. I'm a vulva, as in VOLVA, not VULVA. Volva. It is Norse.
Because
a witch, a Nordic witch.
I do have these natural intuition abilities. I've had them all my life. I've always wondered where they come from. At first, I thought because we knew my dad was American Indian, I thought, oh, that's where they came from.
Oh, hey, W is back.
There we go. Roses in the 13th hour. There we go. I got it changed. I was like, where did I change it again?
Yay! It's going to be cute. It's going to be awesome. Let me back this out and I'm going to see if it's set up yet. Da, 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 da. And let's back out.
Yeah, like, because one guy was telling me I should rebrand myself. I
Oh,
should just.
hey, reset.
Let's see.
Just
Trying
kind
to
of back
think.
out and reset, and it's
Okay.
changed. It's
Yeah, it
already.
should be.
It's
It
already.
should be.
It
See,
says
now I
Rose
just
in the
gotta
13th
find a
hour.
picture for the stream starting where it says stream starting. I got to get a new
Okay.
picture for that. I can create one in Canva. I think I can see what I can. Hold
You
on.
know what picture I love? Look this one up. Lady in a fairy circle.
Okay,
Images.
lady. Okay,
Lady in a fairy circle. And then show me the images.
Okay.
It should look medieval and just
Okay, let
stunning.
me present, share screen. Bing bong.
I love art, so I would suggest Beautiful Lucifer, but I don't think you would accept it. The first one. The
Oh,
very
this
first
one?
one.
Okay,
That's
let me
it.
see that.
That's her. That's a medieval picture.
Okay, let's see.
That should be our picture.
Okay, hold on.
Nah.
I can.
Yeah, that's her.
Hold,
That.
because
Does it need to be bigger?
It needs to be bigger, but that's okay. I can make it bigger. Give me a second. I'm going
You're amazing.
to take it into Canva.
I am
and
no
then,
tech person.
Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold on. I have this program called Canva. You can use it for free, which I am doing right now.
Since you changed our name, we have 2 more watchers.
Woo!
People are interested.
Let's see. Okay, present. Let's see, share screen. Let me see if I can share the Canva.
I am super excited about this with you. Nobody would do this with me.
This is how I make my my
Oh, I want
thumbnails. This is how I make my Gypsy Rose
cute
thumbnails.
One. I want a cute one like May, but looks like me.
Like, what do you mean?
With
like
big
what?
boobies. I need big boobies and big blue eyes and red hair. Long red hair. I have long red hair. I sit on my hair, girl. It's up. Braided in a bun under a cap. And you can add Sherlock, a little blue bird.
Okay, let's see. Brand uploads. Okay, upload file.
I want a cute little.
So this is where I can create our little banner.
Oh, I love this.
So we can put things around it.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, that's neat. That's
so
pretty.
Like, okay, we could do like text and let's see. It depends on like, let's see.
I'm watching on it. I'm looking on a tablet, so I can barely see these things. So I'm trusting everything here. But I know you're going to do a great job.
Let's see. I can. Can make this a little bit
Roses
darker,
in the 13th hour.
Trying to see if I can make it maybe a little bit darker or something, or
and actually,
lighter something.
The name, you forgot to add the last S in Roses on the name. So
I thought I did. Okay, let's see.
So you can take the S off here and not have to go back and change the original name. Because Rose in the 13th hour is perfect. It doesn't have to say roses.
Gosh darn it, why isn't this letting me play with it? Come on, let me play. 13. I thought 13th hour looked cool in this font. 13th hour.
Oh, I like it.
Trying to ungroup it so I can. There we go. Roses.
Over there in the left.
Well, I'm trying to think. How should we do it? We could see or
down. Yeah, right over here. Yeah, and you up there, and then down here in the bottom right and bottom
and
left.
then we can. Let's see.
INV. INV down there.
Let's see. I'm trying to look
The
at
word
what font I
NV.
want.
Yeah.
I kind of like how it. Hopefully, it'll be. I gotta make sure it'll probably. I need to make sure it'll be like.
Yeah.
Because they might cut off this top up here.
I understand.
I'm trying to.
I got you. You're trying to size it up. I don't know anything about this, and if I'm talking too much, tell me shut up.
Yeah, this is how I make my thumbnails and stuff for like when I go live,
Yeah,
and I gotta make
shut
a
up.
thumbnail.
I know what I'm doing. All you have to
When
do
I
is say,
use
shut
my
up,
other,
13th,
when I
know what I'm
use
doing.
my other, yeah. Because when you use YouTube, thumbnails are also what gets you seen. Thumbnails.
Right.
People are like,
Right,
"Oh,
and we
that's a
wanna make
cool
it pretty.
thumbnail," and they. And
Yeah.
so I gotta make as cool a thumbnails as I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, wait, that's pro. Never mind. Oops. There's some you have to pay for, and there's some you don't. If it has a crown by it, you have to pay for it. If it doesn't have a crown by it, you don't have to pay for it.
I see.
Like half of this, because you can use Canva for free. You can do like you can do all kinds of things with Canva. Like oh
Ooh,
yeah,
look at
see
those.
that's my
Look at that
donate
head.
button. That's how what my
Ooh.
donate button looks like on Twitch.
That's
But see that you can make if I show you like projects, this is how I made stuff for my dad's funeral and stuff like that. Like
sweetie.
because we needed to make like see I made stuff for when I first started crime. I made stuff like this is how I make all my thumbnails, and like you can make thumbnails, you can make donate buttons, you can make that's how I make my layouts too, because you have to make layouts for layouts
Yeah, see,
for
I don't know any of this. That's why I needed to find a partner like you that did
I know
what they
I
were
know
doing.
how to do a little bit of stuff. I don't know how to do a
No,
lot. I
you
know how to
know
do
how
a
to
little
do a
bit.
lot in comparison to me, honey. You're a baller. W said, can you try and put 13th hour in the same periwinkle color as the background just to see?
Like the same greenish color?
No, periwinkle is on the left.
Oh, the
The
okay.
purplish.
The purplish. Yeah, I can put it in any color you want me to. Let me see if that's more purple, not periwinkle. Like maybe periwinkle, like
Ooh, that's pretty.
right?
Darker.
There,
Like
that.
There.
Okay,
like that. W, is that? How does that look? I'm looking, baby. For your answer. I know she's here.
Hopefully
I like
that
it.
looks
I think that's
good.
what she said. I think that's what she meant. And she thinks it's pretty too. So the whole thing. Oh,
And
that's
if we
perfect.
want, we can add like other elements like
like some roses. Like some
okay, we
black
can
roses.
add roses. Okay.
Bottom left and upper right.
Graphics.
Two black
Okay,
roses.
okay, hold on. There's these black roses?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
You like
and
those
over
ones?
here, yeah, drop them down below your name.
Okay.
Drop it down below your name, baby.
And then over here too, or
No, we want to put a row. No,
what?
no, I like it.
Okay.
Make it, yeah, no, on the right.
Okay.
Upper left, upper
Okay,
right.
what?
Just small, the
What?
same thing. Upper right. And
Okay.
small.
Up here, just smaller?
Mm-hmm. Just smaller. Mm-hmm. Not too small.
Okay, not too small.
Up a little higher. Mm-hmm. Up a little higher. Just don't cover up anything.
Yeah.
In the word.
I'm just trying not to cover
and
up.
there we go. There we go.
There we go.
That looks, and then drop the roses under your name.
Drop them down
so
a
that
little
it's
more?
not, a little more. There.
Okay.
That is perfection.
And
yeah,
then
W said perfect. Oh, she wants fireflies.
You want fireflies?
Oh, she sees fire. Yes, let's do fireflies.
Okay.
Sparkly fireflies. That's what W wants.
We can have either
Fireflies.
cartoonish ones or let's see. Well, these
No,
some of these are paid
sparkly.
for. Okay, these ones are
Spark-
paid. Hold on, I gotta find ones that
Oh.
aren't paid for though first. That's the hard part. It's like which ones? If it has a crown by it, I
that a
can't do
death
it, and a lot
moth?
of them do. What?
Oh, is that a death moth? A death's head moth?
Everything costs like $20 a month. Everybody's like, it's only
That's
$20
crazy.
a month. Because Canva costs $20 a month. If I pay $40 a month, 20 for me and 20 for you, you can help me do this. You can actually come in here and we can work on the same project together all at once.
And you could teach me?
Yeah, but I just have to pay for two.
No, I can pay for my own.
Yeah.
I can pay for my own.
Yeah,
I'll pay for my own.
It costs $20, and then we can both come in on the same project at once. You'll see one mouse with my name on it, and then you'll see
that. Yeah.
You'll see another mouse with your name on it, and then you see two mouses working on the same project.
Yes.
Like I did that with my mod Joshi Washi Dashi. We've done this Canva together before.
Make in the word in the same color as the word the.
As the word as what?
As the word the.
B what?
Over there.
Oh, what?
The THE.
Oh, is the okay? Oh, the same purple.
Make it the same color. Yes, same color, purple.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that purple is over there, like the darker. Wait, darker. Okay. Whoops. Kind of like that. Oops.
No, brighter. And no, too dark. Lighter.
Okay.
Little there.
There we go.
Perfect. That looks.
Okay, let's see what kind of firefly we got. There's a lot of cartoonish firefly. We got.
See what we got.
It's so good. It's so good. Good.
You can do it. I sure like you do, baby. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, a lot of these are. First of all, they're paid for, and a lot of them are cartoonish. It's like we got a bunch of cartoonish ones.
Okay.
Where's the
So
real ones?
then,
Oh, this too bad. This one is there. This one's paid for. That one's pretty, but that one's paid for. Here, let me see. Firefly. Let me see if maybe like I'll put like purple and see if we can find some.
or sparkles.
I
Just
could put the word sparkle.
Uh-huh. Maybe we could find free sparkles.
See, let's find something to sparkle. Sparkle. This one. Well, that's not really fireflies. That's just shapes. It's just shapes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Try to think. Because that's just
look,
a
those
sparkle.
are sparkling. There. Look, those are moving. And you don't have to pay.
Which one?
Down. Don't you see the ones that are moving?
Huh?
Left.
Oh, these
Up
ones?
there.
The ones that are moving?
Yeah, they're sparkling.
Oh.
Look.
Okay.
Yes, everywhere. Yeah, both sides. Half and half. We want those everywhere. Yeah, that's what she was talking
Well,
about. There,
like
W.
let's see.
Oh, now we got somebody wanting a baby dragon.
I was gonna say like yeah, Brian's like baby dragon. Will it sparkle like this live on the?
Yes, I think
Will
so. I don't know. We can try. Right?
All we could do is try. Yeah, I'm gonna download it in MP4 format.
Okay.
And so see if it'll, because I do like how that sparkles like that. I do. Ooh, that'd be so good if it did. If it sparkled like that as our banner.
That's cool. It's kitty. Oh, and W, I have a death head moth blanket.
Let's see if it'll
on my bed.
Let's see if it'll do it.
It's not sparkling now, but
let's see if
it's
it'll
still
sparkle as a banner.
It's certainly pretty, even with the sparkles on it. If they don't sparkle.
Okay, dash. Okay, settings. I think it's settings. Maybe no. Wait, I don't know. Settings. Channel upload. Okay, close. I think it. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's that. Okay. Let's change that banner. Change to downloads. All files. There we go. Change. All files. Come on, change it. No. Will appear across the top for results on all devices. Use an image that is. This is the only thing I don't understand is the size. The size.
Okay.
Size. Let me see what size it is. Okay.
Okay.
Trying to think. Downloads. Let's see.
She said I would have saved a GIF.
I can save it to GIF. It just won't sparkle, but because I can save it in whatever format I want.
Whoops. Oh, it's so pretty when it sparkles.
I know. I love the. Whoops. Okay. Save. I usually save it as a PNG. Oh, there's GIF down there. I can save it as a GIF. Download.
I think it's supposed to be GIF. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm saving it as a GIF. I'll try it as a. I'll try it as a GIF. I'm saving it as a GIF. I love how it sparkles.
Chewy says it's gonna work. I think.
Is an anim? Yeah, GIF is an animated, isn't it? Yeah. Because this is MP4
Okay.
video, which is a little bit higher resolution or something. MP4 video. I
I
love
have to
it.
step away. Pee break. I love it too. I think it's fantastic. Be right back.
Okay, let's try this now. Okay, change. Okay. Uh-oh. Where's the picture? What? Why? What the hell just happened? Why? Share? Download? GIF? Download? What the hey happened?
Okay, baby.
What? Like somehow it
I'm back.
didn't save. Okay, welcome back. I didn't save for it saved it without the it just saved the background, which is really freaking weird. I don't get what just happened. It never has done that to me before.
I see everything. It's just not sparkling.
No, it saved it in. No, you're looking at the Canva picture. When I saved it on my computer, it just saved the background color. The background.
What?
In GIF format, which was really weird. Okay, let's see. Let me just see what it looks like in PNG.
Okay.
I usually do PNG, and what it'll do is it'll just save it without the. It'll have white sparkles on it, but it won't move.
That's fine. I think it's cute with the white sparkles. Whether they move or not.
It should have the white sparkles in. We'll see where the white sparkles land, because it will save it, but it won't be animated. But I did save it in its animated form where we can put it. We can put it in its animated form other places, like as an intro or something, like part of
Absolutely.
our intro or something. Okay, let's see. Here's okay. This is the problem. This is what I was wondering. Okay, viewable on TV, viewable on desktop. Yeah, I should have put the roses down a little. Okay, yeah. Okay, this tells me what I should do. I need to drop the roses down exact. Okay, yeah. See, now I can see where here, let me show you what I'm seeing. Let me see if you can see what I'm seeing. It doesn't allow me to. It's showing me where everybody's going to see it on TV. Everybody will see the whole thing if you're on TV. But if you're on desktop, you'll see 13th. It just says the 13th, in the 13th. Something in the 13th.
Okay.
Okay, now I got an idea of where I need to lay everything. Okay, roses needs to come down here.
Got it.
Needs to come down here. 13th hour needs to be shrunk just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops. Because it needs to fit straight across from roses. 13th hour. Let's put it right. Maybe put the right there. Like that. Bring that down. Let's see. Bring that down. Like that. And then we need to skinny up this picture too. Whoops. Okay, let me put your sparkles back on yours. See. Now, we need to put the picture just a little bit smaller like that. Now we should be able to see. Okay, now let's save this. Download. PNG.
Can you make her
So,
taller?
well, because on the computer, we're going to see everything straight across right here.
Okay, I
The
got you.
banner. I'm putting it where the banner says
Makes
it's
sense.
going to be. Let's see.
Got it. Let's
Okay.
do this.
What the hey is going on? Come on. Okay.
Hey now, don't dream it over. Hey now, hey now.
I love that song. Don't
I do too.
dream so. Hey now.
Hey
Dream
now.
it so. I don't have a good voice. I suck. I need to hear the song though, so I can pick it up though.
Singer as a child, but yeah, I smoked that away.
I have to hear it like the melody so I could pick it up first because I'm very
Yes.
bad at remembering melodies. Let's see what it looks like
Oh, I'm
now.
not.
Okay. Okay, done. Publish. Now let's see what
Yeah.
it looks like. Okay. Now let's go to my channel. See, go to your channel. And hold on, let me see if I can share this. Share, whoops. Present, share screen. Gosh, I got so many pages open. Uh-oh, okay, YouTube. Okay. Share. Okay, that's what it looks like now. "13th hour." Okay, now how do we change okay, youtube.com at Talk with Rose. Now we want to change that, right?
Yeah, yes.
Because I'm
I
like, how
believe
do I
so.
change that now?
Your
see.
information?
YouTube
Is it your
Studio.
personal info?
Because I think,
Maybe
let's see,
change
dashboard.
personal?
Let's go back to settings, channel, advanced settings, feature. Because I'm trying to remember, I'm like, how did I do all this a long time ago?
Honey, I can't imagine. Oh boy. I'm about to lose power on my tablet.
It's
You're gonna
okay.
die.
We need to, I think we're almost done here.
Yeah, I think so too for the night. And then we'll get busy in the morning.
I gotta,
tomorrow.
I'll let you know when I am gonna be home. I gotta go to I got a doctor's appointment at 9:30 in the morning, and then I gotta be to work at 10 a.m. And I don't know how long training is, if it's like an hour or two, and then you get your schedule and you go home, or I'll let you know though. I'll
Right.
have my phone on me and I'll text you how
Oh,
it
yeah.
goes, okay?
Yeah, just
But
message me. I'm
cool.
always here.
We are now
Always.
rebranded and we will start doing cults and stuff. Yeah.
X-Force.
We will do it in a decent manner though, because I don't put down anybody's
Yes, we will.
religion, but we'll talk about the crazy crap that does happen. Danny Masterson, that's his name. Because freaking Danny Masterson, they tried to they got mad because you're not allowed to go outside and handle things outside. And is on one.
Okay. But I thought he was in jail. Danny Masterson.
He is, but he is because they went to the police. Because they tried to handle, because what the Scientology church does is you're supposed to handle that on the inside. They tried to.
Right.
They make Danny Masterson just promise he'll never do it again, but they don't punish him. They don't go to jail. They don't go to court. They don't go to do anything like that. The Scientology church, they handle it on the inside. I forgot what it's called to go to the outside. They have a certain word for it or something for outsiders. You don't talk to outsiders about the problems.
Oh yeah. They're called oh, give me 1 second. Gosh.
I thought it was S something.
Suppressed persons.
No, suppressed person
Suppressive
is
persons.
no
they're
suppressive
suppressive
person
persons.
are people that leave. Let's see, what is it called in
Yeah.
Scientology to go outside? Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me look it up.
We're
What I'm
thinking of
trying
two
to talk
different
about.
things.
Yeah, because suppressive person is somebody who's left the church that you're not allowed to talk to anymore. That is
That's a
speaks
suppressive
against
person.
Scientology. No, but like let's see, Scientology.
Oh, like Aaron? I love me some Aaron. He is the best.
Let's see, can't talk to. Okay, I'm trying to look at what it's called. Oh, and what's going on with like nobody's seen what's her name, Miscavige for a long time. The David
They found her.
Miscavige's wife.
They
Did they
have
find
found
her?
Yes, yeah, they know her, and she's happy, and she's doing what she wants to do.
Okay,
And
hopefully
she's
she
being
is, 'cause
evil to
everybody's
other
like,
people. Oh no, she's being evil to other people. She's running. She's like torturing people for them. Yeah, she's a horrible. She's just as bad as David.
okay, suppressive
It's
person,
bad.
that's one way to describe an outsider. But there was
Yes.
something else that there was another word for it, like SOPs or something, or like I can't remember.
Oh, I don't
Like,
know. It must be an internal Scientology term that I'm unfamiliar with.
they have a term for talking to the police. I'm trying to see what it's called.
Oh, I heard something about that, but I don't remember. I heard it once, I think. So
I'll have to look it up later because I do got to get up early in the morning. I got to take the bus because we don't have a car. I wish we had a car because we don't have a car, and I got to take the bus everywhere. And it sucks ass. So I gotta get up at 8 in the morning and get ready, and then start calling the dang bus.
Oh, bless your heart. Okay, get some rest. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
And we are going to have some fun soon. Be
Okay.
so
Well,
excited.
I'll text you something that maybe that you can't tell anybody, but yeah, there's.
I won't.
Okay.
No, I'm not like that, baby. I'm not like that. You should already know that.
There's a reason why I'm having some troubles lately, and I'll text you.
Okay, baby. Yeah, you just Discord me, and I'll get with you, baby. All right, get some rest, okay?
All right,
and
I'll talk to you
soon.
later. Love you
Okay,
guys,
bye,
you guys. All
love
right.
y'all.
Hope you guys love the new branding. It'll be fun. We're gonna start running a fun channel. All right. Oh, whoops. Is that how? No, wait. I have to hit in stream. In stream. There we go.